and I just don't want to tonight.
See, you're not gonna. Okay, well, there. That was the first line of the VOD is that you're eating snacks and you just don't want to. He's not going to stream. All right, good enough. I don't mind. You do what you like.
You should have just left it like that,
It
and
was hilarious.
just left it.
I made people wonder what it is you didn't want to do. Oh, okay. I I suppose I ruined that one. Next
No,
time.
it's all good.
Next time. Next time we'll fool them all.
I also have the World Series game on too.
Oh yeah, right. It is game 4.
Yes, sir.
Did it just
Phillies
start?
are they're in the bottom of the third inning.
Okay, and the Phillies are winning.
No, it's 0-0. I was gonna say they're winning the series 2-1.
They are winning the series. Yes, it's a big deal. I've got international games against the USA and Wales coming up. They're both friendlies, or so they say.
You have to beat the USA. Just have to.
I do I? Well, you were going to be the manager of them. It's one of the reasons I arranged the friendly two seasons ago.
2 seasons ago. Wow.
Yeah, you can make friendlies pretty far in advance if you want.
I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
How was your day?
Pretty darn good.
So far? That's good to hear.
I did very little. It was wonderful. Ireland duty begins. Whole team meeting. That inspired them. That's the reaction I'm looking for. Perfect. What I like is that games count even if they're friendlies, like caps for players and career goals and everything. All count, even in friendly matches. It's amazing.
What? You can only get tied to a nation once you play in a competitive game, not a friendly.
Yeah.
Which I think is also pretty cool.
Yeah, but even then, you can switch nations even after you've played competitive games.
Yeah, which is interesting.
It didn't used to be that way.
I don't know if I 100% agree with that.
No, I think a commitment should be a commitment, but they're trying to say that the players should have options if their country isn't in it or if their country isn't treating them well or whatever, different things.
So then what's the point of committing in the first place if we're just going to switch later?
It's the same thing as committing to a team, isn't it? You have a contract until you decide you're going to leave.
Fair enough.
And the reason that you can't be kept at one team forever is because they consider it a form of slavery. They're not wrong. And you know what? This wouldn't be any different if you really wanted to break it down. So that's why they changed those rules, would be my guess. All right. I have some players that are tired for the USA game, and therefore I might have to make some alterations to the lineup. Ryan Moran will be a substitute. Oh my. I'm not starting with our best player.
That's a friendly.
Hopefully it'll be okay. I don't want to lose because these actually still matter for rankings, etc., etc.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, and beating teams ahead of us matters.
What are you ranked?
I don't remember.
What are you ranked now? Let me look.
I don't know. I think USA is ahead of us, though.
You're ranked 7th.
Mm-hmm.
USA is ranked 9th.
Oh, yeah, this is a big match. Like this, if they beat us, that could change.
Mm-hmm.
So we want to not let them beat us, if possible. I love the look of this tactic. That's why I'm so glad I'm using it in the new one. It looks okay in it too in the new game. Until I get sick of it and change to something else.
I have to check.
But you know the tactic I'm using.
I do. I thought you might have come up with a different one in
No.
2 days it's been.
No. This is the one I'm going to implement into FM23 as well because I just like the look of it and how it plays. It's not my strongest tactic. It's just It works in playing a game that I like to watch. So it's for my own personal entertainment rather than, necessarily a measure of success. Although apparently, obviously I've had success with it.
Mhm.
Mhm. That means I got to go change the television because it's up on your stream, which isn't happening.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, you don't have any obligation to do it. That's one of the nice things about it is you do it when you feel like it. I like having a schedule, but that's for my own sanity's sake. Andrew Moran makes it 2-0. Connell scored within the first minute. It's great.
Oh, I'll get it. Give me 1 second, Ty.
Mm-hmm.
No. Hmm?
All right, I'm gonna have to swap off Connell for sure. Ollie Mitchell. They said he could only play 45 minutes. Whoops.
Can you hear me now?
I could hear you before. Oh, sorry, you were testing your mic?
Yes, I was.
Oh.
So 2-0.
So far. And I accidentally played somebody into the second half that was only supposed to play 45 minutes. I hope they don't get too mad at me for it. How many subs do I get? 4 more. 6 of them in total. Why, I wish you'd kept players like Owen Deans on your team.
How did he leave? Let's double check.
You sold him. You decided you had better options. You were right. You were absolutely right. You didn't want to keep him as like a fourth choice player, striker. So you sold him. But now his team only lets me play him 45 minutes.
Huh. Only 2.3 million I sold him for.
Well, it's not like we were going to get much more money for him. That's a lot for our league. Why does my game keep lagging, freezing? Weird. So yeah, that was all the substitutions I could make. No worries.
Okay.
There it is again. Weird laggy stutter this game is doing. It's never done that before.
Wow.
14 months. Dang. Fantastic. Okay, my game's done.
Awesome.
1 down, 1 to go. Just a nice tidy 2-0 win. Against Asa. I could have made
Yeah,
it. I could have been worse. I could really shit talk them and be like, "We got a nice 2-0 win against useless SA." That's some shit talk
I
right
like
there.
the first one better.
Hmm.
I like the first one better.
Yeah, that one's the second one is my shit talk mode. I didn't engage that one this time, but I'll save it for next time if it's in a competitive fixture.
The only time it
Mhm.
would be in the World Cup.
Yeah, that's right. That's the only time I could potentially face them, and it's always a possibility, isn't it?
True, especially now with both of you in the top 10.
Hmm. Crack the top 10. That's just crazy to think about. Loving it though.
You've done very well with that team. I would not have done that well.
I'm surprised, honestly. I thought maybe if I, sneak into a couple of competitions, that'd be lovely. But now it's gone way better than that.
Not only did you sneak in, you owned the competition.
Oh, there was some hard
You're the
games.
tax man,
There was
basically.
there was some hard games that got a little lucky in, but that has to happen sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes.
Like the last 3 rounds of the World Cup, we were losing every single game.
Yes. And you came back. You
Yeah,
won it.
yeah, all 3 times, which is just not good for my freaking stress levels. I don't want to make a habit out of it. That's okay. We'll see how it goes when we end up with Denmark, right? Could be more of the same.
If you start off, decently well, I think you'll be okay the first season.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, you're tipped to go back down, so it could be a challenge. But knowing you, I think you'll be able to do it.
Woo! Vote of confidence. This guy got a 45-minute limit. Okay, a couple of guys got 45-minute limits. I don't want to be limited by your stupid club teams. There's no good reason to change goalkeepers. Not like we have another young up and coming goalkeeper somewhere, and if we did, I haven't chosen them. But yeah, no, I got Kelleher and Kioso. Adam Kioso is the backup goalkeepers, and Josh Ryan is just going to stay in there.
Still two good goalkeepers.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. If I got stuck having to play one of them, it'd be okay.
Here we go.
Last I remember, they're both in the low 140 range.
Oh yeah, we'll be able to check on Monday.
Well, we'll see. If we get to the end of the Champions League tonight, I'll check tonight. And then we'll just take Monday off. Or just set things up on Monday and chat. Like we could do all kinds of things. We got tons of options.
I am not opposed to either of those options.
Yeah. If we get through the Champions League tonight, there's a very strong chance I'll call it because I'm too excited for the new one. It's not that I'm sick of this save because, I am not. I love every minute of this. I'm just too excited for the new one. There's the game lagging again.
Yep, I finished.
I'm gonna try closing.
I continued the Man City save a bit today.
Oh, good.
Like you said, not doing Denmark anymore. Gonna resist until next Wednesday.
Yeah.
But like I said, at least I got my tactic. I can focus in on my staff and stuff like that.
Yeah. No, I remember I joined a network save a few years back, and we were all taking League One teams at the time. This is before Accrington was in League One, and I ended up picking Oldham, I think, when they were still in League One, and so I knew that we were going to do this network save, and I started playing as them to practice and get to know the team. And I played too much of it. And then when we did the network save, I don't know how to describe it, but it kind of ruined it. Like it just.
Did you do worse than on the network save than in?
No, I did better than network save, but that's not the point. I don't know how to describe it, but it kind of ruined it. Like it wasn't new and interesting anymore because I had already immersed myself in it a little.
That's fair.
Oh, I did
I
it
think
again.
it's. I don't want to. I'm curious if it's slightly different with me because it is my favorite Danish team that I'm taking over,
Right.
and so like it's like saying if we were to do a Premier League save and you took over Liverpool
Hmm.
in the beta and you were going to do it again for the main save. Obviously,
Hmm.
we don't like to do big teams for the main save,
No.
but I think that's like a good equivalence.
Yeah, I understand. I don't honestly like playing as them in online saves or anything. They're just a beta save for me because it is not
Yeah,
long term interesting. I hate to say that
very
about my
much.
favorite team, but no, they. I can't stay completely immersed in a Liverpool save. I just can't.
Hmm.
It's kind of like City, like it's fun right now being able to buy some big players and do what you like and making them win and winning some cups. And that's great. That is. It's entertaining. It's just it gets old fast
Uh-huh.
because you haven't done any of the work. The work is just there is no work.
You're putting it on. You're on autopilot
Hmm.
essentially.
Hmm. Exactly. It's not to say that you don't have to do things like invest wisely and develop players, and so you still do.
Hmm.
You can fuck up a big team pretty easily if you don't do well.
Oh yeah.
Wales is giving us a run. We beat USA, and we're having a hard time with Wales. It's 1-1 in the 80th minute here. They are pressing for another. Come on, team. Do not let me down. There's the computer freaking stuttering again.
I wonder whenever I switch screens because I'm looking at my old transfers
Can't be.
throughout this
You
game.
wouldn't make my game stutter.
Yeah, think so.
No, try
Okay.
try it again.
Uh, I'll do it right now.
Okay, well it wasn't in the game. It's in between highlights. Oh, we did it right then.
About
The game's done.
now.
The game's done.
Oh. Oh.
Okay, so we got a draw against Wales. I'm not happy with that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be either.
Yeah.
Well, Spain lost. That if that's any consolation.
Oh my God, the mood within the Ireland camp has deteriorated following the recent performance against Wales.
Wow. That's a little
That's a bit extreme.
yeah. Yeah, I agree.
One draw, and all of a sudden they're all just distraught.
It doesn't make sense at all, especially if it's a friendly. Like I can understand if it's a qualifying game and you because of that draw you missed,
Hmm.
but no, that's crazy.
Indeed, it is. Okay, so I've only got 6 players in international duty now. I've got Doghead coming up.
Dog hit Darkada.
Yeah, the Bow Wows. That's what I'm going to nickname them. I know everybody should be ready for that game, except for Murphy, who's suspended. That's okay. It's a league game, so I think I should go backups. Is Torqueda in last? They are. They are in dead last.
You've played them once already, I assume.
Well, they got a minus 25 goal differential. I'm going to assume we've both played them. That's not the point. It's
I played them and I beat them 5-0. You this is your first time playing them.
wow. They have minus 25. That means other teams are hammering them too. Let's see. Yeah, Shamrock beat them 5-0. Waterford beat them 8-2. Galway beat them 4-2. Yeah, they pretty much they have one draw, and other than that, they've been slammed. Sligo beat them 4-0. You beat them 5-0 twice in a row. Shamrock beat the 5-0. You knocked them out of a cup 5-0 as well
Yes, I believe so.
to start
Yep.
the season. So yeah, these guys are just getting absolutely thrashed.
I was gonna say dog handled or something. I don't know.
Dog handled.
Something bad like that.
They've made they made one transfer in since last season. They've lost no one, but they are dead last and getting absolutely effed over. That just tells me how much the other two teams in our division have improved, though. I think they've probably all improved a little bit from the looks of that.
Which is nice to see.
Yeah, a little late though, guys. Come on. Watch them. They could start winning rounds in the Europa League or Euro 2 or something, and they'll start winning rounds, and then all of a sudden, it's like, oh, well, you could have started doing this a little sooner.
You know what I would do? You have the editor on. You have the editor, right?
Yes.
If you wanted to simulate into the future,
Mhm.
I would give everyone on our team a 5-year contract with a high release clause. That way, we can at least keep our players for a little while.
They wouldn't.
longer.
The AI would still sell them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even with release clauses, they still sell them. Okay, so let's see. Wonder Kids. I see right off the bat you have number 7, Orchich. So how many of the top Wonder Kids are yours?
7.
You have 7 of the top 50?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay.
I have number 7, Orchich. Number 11, Camarena. Number 22, Stanizewski. Number 33, this goalkeeper, Glintis, I think is how you say it. Number 34, Weidman. Number 43, Gamelli, who's a fullback. And number 48, Placky, which is a midfielder, I think. So, yeah, they just got to play a lot. How many do you have?
3. So you're going to have to remember which ones those all are. You have a goalkeeper named what? Doing good, Drop Bear. How are you?
Greek. He's Greek.
Oh, okay. All right. Whatever. So he's one of the top Wonder Kids. I've only got 3 Wonder Kids, which strange. Reached 2107. Oh, you've gone way further. He's not giving up on it. 2107 he's gotten to now.
Wow. 2107. Well, he said he was going 100 years, right?
I think he said he's stopping at 2100, but apparently that's not the case. Oh. That's okay, though. It's just fun and entertaining. I don't see any new pictures from it. Nothing since yesterday. Or 2 days now. 3 days. Oh, okay.
All right, so let's give me 2 seconds. I'm going to create notes of these players so I can play them.
You were gonna, but you kept going. Yeah, it's interesting, right? It's just a fascinating thing to do.
Come on. Every month. Can you hear my TV in the background?
I cannot. New follower, but it's all numbers. Say hello if you're not a bot, please. I don't think that the bots are back, but somebody named themselves 554445553. It's like all the good names are taken, damn it.
I was hoping it would be some sort of like math sequence, but there isn't one that I can think of.
Maybe there's a cool story to that name.
Number 34. I should probably I'll do this for the next save as well, so I can keep track of the best ones to make sure I play them as much as possible. 43. I'm surprised they only go to the top 50 and not like top 100.
Right?
I feel like this. So I guess no, no. I think it should depend on how many players are in your save.
Yeah. Premier League table: Arsenal, Leeds, Liverpool, Burnley, Chelsea, United, West Ham, Southampton. Interesting. Eight of them got into Europe. Crystal Palace, Tottenham, Newcastle
Wow.
City, Everton, Wolves, Fulham, Bolton, Sheffield United,
Wait.
Fulham's in the Premier League, yeah. And then the relegated teams were Derby County, Chesterfield, and Reading. So let's see. Any of the top teams out of it? No, they're all still there. The top six are still there.
Excuse me?
Yeah. City's really bad, though. It'd be hard to fathom that ever actually happening. Oh, you're playing a game right now.
I am.
Attend match. What's you got here? The Sky Bet Championship. Let's see who's going up. Bristol City, Lincoln City, really, Aston Villa, and then the rest is Plymouth, Bournemouth, Brentford, QPR, Millwall, Watford, Sutton United, big rise for them. Cardiff, Woking, big rise for them. Huddersfield, Ipswich, Blackburn, Norwich, Swansea, Forest Green's up in the Championship, good for them. Leicester's down near the bottom, it's suffering. Stockport County, Barnsley, the relegated teams are Notts County, and West Brom getting relegated out of the Championship. Oof, hard fall for them. Yeah.
Any more leagues loaded, or is that it?
Yeah, you got any more
In England,
English?
at least.
Got any more of the English leagues? City did get relegated in 2075. Wow. And they have since come back up. Let's see. Here's League One. Going up is Oxford United, Macclesfield, and Cheltenham. And then they have Crawley Town, Stoke is down in League One. AFC Wimbledon, Grimsby Town, Bristol Rovers, Kidderminster, Altrincham, I think that's how you say that. Gillingham,
Close enough, yeah.
Hartlepool, Yeovil, Luton, Mansfield, Nottingham Forest in League One. That's a shame for them. Shrewsbury, Rochdale, Oldham, Cambridge, and then the relegated teams are Port Vale, Bradford City, and Middlesbrough going down to League Two.
Wow.
Sucky for Middlesbrough. It's a big team. Even in the future, they'd still be a pretty big team. You'd have to think. But big teams get relegated too.
Man City's the only team in England to win the league title.
No.
And get relegated the following season.
No, I didn't know that.
It was in the 1930s or 40s, if I remember correctly.
So let's see. The biggest thing in League Two is Hull City being promoted. So what are they doing in League Two? Let's see. Any other notables in League Two? Portsmouth is back in League Two. Wigan is in League Two. I don't really see any other exciting things in League Two that should look out of place. Like Hull City coming back up that's pretty funny. Vanarama. Preston and Barrow going up. Going down, Flied, Charlie, Dover. Any teams in here that surprise me? Sheffield Wednesday is in Vanarama. They're not that great anyway.
It's first ever goal for Dundalk. That's what I like to see.
Who's that? Sorry, I missed it. Oh,
Ryan.
Ryan. Oh, good. I missed it. I'm sorry. 1 sec. I got to go switch the thing.
Nothing. They don't even have a shot on yet. That's what I like to see.
There we go. 18 months. That's a long time. That's a year and a half now. Oh, I left the volume on 1 second. There we go. Fixed. I didn't mean to leave the volume on. I don't want to hear myself twice. I barely want to hear myself once. All right, what else is he sending?
I think it's probably some more screenshots.
Yeah,
If I had to guess.
League One, France. PSG finished 4th. Lyon won. Laval 2nd. Marseille 3rd. Huh. Okay. Bundesliga. Oh, geez. Okay, so Schalke won it. Wolfsburg, Freiburg, Bayern Munich got 4th. Hoffenheim, Dortmund, Bayer Leverkusen, Eintracht, Mainz, Hertha. Yeah. Okay. It hasn't changed a lot, but it is pretty interesting.
Oh man, 3 substitutions, right?
Who's always winning? Germany, the Bundesliga? Who's always winning that? What team always wins it? Jacob.
What?
Who's the one who's always winning Germany all the time? Bayern Munich?
Bayern.
Okay.
Bayern Munich.
Okay. Took me a second there. I forgot. Right. Yeah. Didn't even answer me, did he? No.
Sorry, Matt. I was texting Matt.
Ah, okay.
He just got back from a mass.
All righty then. Oh, sounds like more has arrived. La Liga. Espanyol wins La Liga, followed by Real Madrid and Barcelona.
Okay.
I don't really see anything else outrageous on there. There's some teams I've never heard of. That's because I don't play in Spain much. But yeah, Real Madrid and Barcelona are 2nd and 3rd. But yeah.
Which is something you don't see every day.
No.
Let me see if I recognize any of them.
But he's got it so that it shows the competition reputation and results. But usually, isn't there a table on the right that shows past winners?
Sometimes.
It's okay. It's not like it would matter. It would only show the last few. Yeah, past winners tables on the right. Oh, you're cutting it off right here. I see. Okay. Cinch Premiership? Oh, Scotland. Got it. All right. Celtic's not even in it. Wait. They're in the.
What about Rangers?
Wait, yeah, Rangers is 6th, but Celtic's in the results up here. Relegation playoff final, I see. And Hearts beat them. Okay, so yeah, Celtic's trying to come back up, but they're in the division below. Well, that's an interesting one.
It is 8-0. I'm almost tempted to. 15 shots on target. 7 goals. Not 8. I thought it was 8.
Past winners of the Premier League, but you can only go so far back here. Basically, Arsenal and Liverpool have been trading off winning it for the past 20 years.
Wow.
Chelsea got one in there. Crystal Palace had it 3 times in a row. Man United a couple times. West Ham won it. Crystal Palace, West Ham, Crystal Palace. So Crystal Palace looks like they were a dominant team for a bit. But yeah, basically the last 20 years has just been Arsenal and Liverpool trading off. I'd be all right with that.
Alright, that's fine. I think I'm keeping it on 2D just so it can go a wee bit faster.
Fair enough. We're up 8-0 when I left. Oh, I don't need to see the past winners of other leagues. They're not as interesting. But okay, I guess this one is a little bit. Schalke has won it 5 times in a row.
Wow. Did they get? I think they got relegated in real life.
Well, they won it 6 out of the
No.
past 7 as well. Freiburg won it 4 terms in a row before then. Dortmund. Before that, it was Bayern Munich doing their thing for a while. Even 100 years into the future, they're still doing their thing.
Or Bayern being Bayern.
Yeah, Bayern doing Bayern things. Yeah. Oh, what do we have here? Oh, Syria. Okay. Sampdoria had a really big run of dominance.
Nice.
And now it's Inter.
9-0.
Oh, yeah, I stopped watching that game. World Cup. These are the interesting ones. Mexico, England, Germany, Italy, Germany, France, Mexico, Wales, Turkey, England, France, France, Netherlands, Spain, Portugal, Spain, Germany, Poland, Spain, Italy, France, Spain. Spain has a bunch of them.
And Mexico winning twice?
Mm-hmm.
Did I hear that right?
Yeah, Mexico has 2.
Wow.
England has won 2. Spain has won 4 since he started this. Ireland. Oh, yeah, Ireland runners up in 2102. What?
So they have to wait nearly 100 years in real life. All right, my game's over.
It took them that long to do. It only took me 6 seasons. Now, to be fair, we had a lot of really good new gens come through our teams, which really boosted the progress of that.
Yes, by a long shot. Aaron Nola, the starting pitcher of the Phillies, is out after 4 innings pitched.
A UEFA European Championship. Okay. France, Turkey, Italy, Germany, France, Netherlands, France, England, Spain, Netherlands, France, Northern Ireland. That was a funny one. Netherlands, Ireland, Germany, Germany, Spain, Spain, Portugal, Germany, Italy. So England
Couple names.
won it only once, but they've been in the final a bunch. FIFA Club World Cup. Oh my goodness. All right. Liverpool's won it a bunch. Liverpool's won it a bunch. I'm good with that. They're currently the undefeated champions for a couple seasons. Hooray.
Wow.
Yeah. Crystal Palace in 2093. That's an interesting one. Other than that, it's pretty much all just big teams. So you'd expect it. Rooney gets Irish Player of the Month. Oh, good job, Rooney. I'm going to give you one of those and a pat on the back and a hero cookie with your name on it because Jacob won't.
What?
What? Who's giving out hero cookies with their name on it?
Oh, can I get one?
No, I'm giving it to Rooney.
Okay.
He got Player of the Month.
Okay. I'll make my own then.
Yeah. Did you get Manager of the Month? No, I did. You were second.
You did. I get Manager of the Year.
Right. Usually you get Manager of the Year. Yeah, that's right. That's how they balance that one out. AFC Asian Cup? Okay. Mostly Australia. Got it.
Wow. Oh, that's because you have Australia loaded, right?
Wait, why are we loading UEFA Champions League again? You already did that one. Didn't you?
I didn't hear any Champions League winners.
Oh, okay. Well, then why did we load Asia before that? That's even winner. Winner. That's weirder. This league goes back to 2083. Schalke has won it twice in a row, the Champions League. Arsenal, Lyon, Arsenal, Bayern Munich, Schalke, Arsenal, Schalke.
I only have 4 Irish players.
Liverpool 4 times in a row. Yay. Bayern Munich, Lyon, Bayern Munich, Crystal Palace, Chelsea, PSG, Liverpool. Liverpool won it a bunch, so I'm happy with that. You only have 4 Irish players on your team?
Actually, 3.
You've started...
On my first team?
You started unloading... On your first team. Still, but you started unloading them, I guess. What is this? The Champions League before 2083? Oh, it is. Okay.
Is that Jose Alvarado?
Gladbach won the Champions League twice in a row. Don't see anything else interesting there. Crystal Palace, I guess.
Come on, Jordan.
Already talked about them being dominant. Oh, this goes even further back. Everton? Oh no, I would never want to see
Oh, no.
that. In 2055, Everton won it.
What, Mom? Yeah. So Jose Alvarado comes in with the bases loaded, no out in the top of the fifth. His very first pitch to Jordan Alvarez is a hit by pitch. The Astros take a 1-0 lead.
That's terrible. Everton won it in 2038 as well. Ugh. Hey, Monaco won it in 2050.
Yeah.
Norwich won it in 2059. How about
No
that?
longer a yo-yo club.
Wow. Not things I would have expected to see, honestly. Karan's going to make the bench today because Moore is injured. Oh, my God. Are we still going? Okay. Whew. I'm starting to get tired just reading these. What do we have now? Europa League. Okay. Conference League. Those are way less exciting. Juventus is the current holders of the Europa League over Man United. That's good. That's acceptable.
Wow.
They're both in the bottom. That's the second league. I'm okay with that. Anything I want to see? Nope. You pretty much covered everything and more. Thank you. That is a
They're
lot.
very comprehensive. I loved it.
Mm-hmm. Lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of pictures there to go over and absorb. Some of them are funny, but as soon as I saw Everton, I lost interest in it.
Oh my gosh. You like?
I'm like, nope. Everton can't win things. The game's broken. Reported as a bug.
Wanted to... Everton wins something, so you report it.
Yep.
Let's see how far behind I am on this game.
I'm losing to Drogheda.
That's not good. But
Oh.
you won't get a clean sheet, so I'm okay with that.
I mean, I put in my backup keeper anyway, so it makes no difference. I have a Champions League game in a few days. I'm not playing starters.
Fair enough.
No matter how much they bitch about it. What is this? World? Oh, transfers? Okay. Okay. But something on here I'm supposed to be like excited about or surprised by. Some big transfers. But...
It's usually the fees.
No, there's only one over 100 million. João Felix from Madrid to City for 151. That's not abnormal anymore. Marco Asensio to PSG. I bought him in my Liverpool save for way less money than that. Oh, we tied up the game while I wasn't looking. I mean, this is the last place team. I shouldn't have to watch. There we go. Oh, that might have been offside. Let's see. Is that one going to count? It does. Romero has scored.
Oh, that's right. You took Christian Romero for 150.
Yeah. Good for you. Good for me. Good for everyone. I'll have a striker I can put in for Champions League games that I won't be worried about. Girardello was not up to that standard where I'm like, who can I sub in to get me a goal when my striker is playing bad? I didn't have anybody. Now I do. I feel like if I absolutely have to have a goal, Romero can do that. Well, at least we're winning this game now.
It's now 4-0 Houston Astros.
So I think that new viewer is either a bot or a spy because they didn't say hi. It's a brand new account just made and it's nothing but numbers. So maybe the bot problem has returned.
Well.
Yeah.
Did you hear that SI that Football Manager is not being released
Yeah,
on the PS5
on
right
time.
away.
Yeah, no.
Crazy.
Yeah, the account was created 26 minutes ago, followed 21 minutes ago.
Someone's spying on you, I think.
I have a feeling.
Hey,
Done.
I mean, someone's interested in you, how you doing, and stuff like that.
Yeah, but you know who it might be, so I'm not leaving it there. They could have said hi. They could have chatted and talked. I gave them the opportunity.
Mm. Well, it's not me. I can tell you that.
Yeah, no. Understood. Rooney with the penalty.
It is 0-0. We're gonna tie to Waterford.
For what? What the hell is going on over there? Waterford? Really?
Oh no, we might lose. Oh, nope, saved. 5-0 Houston Astros. O'Malley.
Okay.
Can we make a break? Oh nope. Almost a 3 xG.
And you're drawing. Yeah, I've had those games. You know how it is. They're frustrating as hell, aren't they?
Yeah.
Who is the Pulisic follower? Who's that? I'm not sure who that is. So no, I have not.
No, I don't think so. I have either.
Yeah, I have no idea who that is. Goes around to FM streamers and abuses you if you didn't sign or restart a save to sign Christian Pulisic of Chelsea.
Oh lord.
Okay, I don't understand the point of doing that, but whatever. Uh-oh. Jorgetta scored again. I'm going to berate my team.
At least I kept a clean sheet.
True. True. Yep, you have that one over me. Certainly. Yeah, we're not playing very well defensively this game. But at least we're scoring, so could be worse.
As long as you're scoring goals, that's all that matters.
As long as you know.
Yes, I know.
Can't believe you did that though. Like, yeah, I hate those games when you get like a really nice XG, you're playing well, you got all the numbers to support everything, but no goals. Because super goalkeeper.
Sometimes, yep.
Just having the game of his life.
Can you hear my printer?
No.
Wow. Dude, these headphones are very good. I can't
That's
thank you enough for
that's
them.
why I recommended them. I've got a brand new pair of them sitting on my desk too that I have to install because mine are starting to get a little old. Well, I mean, considering the number of hours of use I get out of them, it's not. They still work, but some of the
Yeah.
leather is peeling off a little, and I find these little black flakes everywhere from the leather. And
Um,
so I'm like,
yeah,
yeah.
but
And then I saw they
these
were
are
on sale
fine.
again the other day, so I'm like, I'll just order a new pair. So yeah, I ordered a new pair, and I have been lazy, and all I gotta do is unplug these ones, plug those ones, and that's it. This would probably only take me 2 minutes, but for some reason I just,
Weren't you the one that was calling me lazy earlier? What happened?
that doesn't mean I'm not. I can call somebody else lazy. Doesn't mean I'm not. I'm not lazy though. I'm what you might call effort averse. I try to avoid effort
Okay.
whenever I can.
Okay.
My philosophy in life is there must be an easier way. Uh, you know, I'm pretty sure I was among the founders of the saying "Procrastinators unite tomorrow."
That is a fantastic saying.
Hmm. Hmm.
I like that a lot, actually.
Never do today what you can put off until tomorrow. One of my favorite pieces of advice to give people. But when it comes time to do things, like when the floors need cleaning, I do them. I just
Hmm.
don't do them as often as I ought.
But if you can do them tomorrow, you'll push it off.
Yeah, if I can. Which happened today. Today I was going to clean the floors and I didn't because I can do them tomorrow. But I have to get them done tomorrow because I won't have a chance on the weekend. So therein lies the
Um,
difference. Just an example. Haircuts is another thing I'm bad with.
um, I tend to only get about 5 haircuts a year,
Yeah, me too. About that. Yep. Hmm.
4 or 5, especially during the winter time. I'll grow my hair out,
Right. Game's
so
done.
I stay warmer.
Hmm. Hmm. No, that makes sense. I'm in no rush to get my hair cut. I mean, at my age, having a full head of hair that isn't completely gray is actually amazing.
Oh, absolutely.
Most people my age that I know are either bald or completely gray or a combination thereof. So I, I ended up winning 9-2. I'm not happy with that game still, but
Because it's the 2 goals you allowed.
yeah. Yeah. I'd rather win 2-0. You know how that is.
Oh, I know. I think I would rather too. The clean sheets just make me feel that much better.
Yeah.
Uh,
But I'm also anecdotal evidence that, it's children that does it to people. It is. Because I have no kids.
oh,
And I have a full head of hair, and
the
it's not gray, and I don't look like I'm 100. Like I said, most people my age that I know have gray hair or bald heads, but most people I know my age have children. Do the math.
then what's my excuse for my gray hairs that are coming
You
in
don't sleep
from them?
enough,
Probably right.
because that's the real thing. Here's the correlation between the children and the gray hair and all that. Is that I sleep a lot. I get enough sleep every night, and it prevents me from aging. Sleep is the magical cure for not getting old fast. Yeah. Of course, stress
I'll
doesn't
have
help.
to try and get more sleep then.
Yeah, sleep is great. It's the magical cure
Hmm.
all for living longer. But then if you're asleep, you're just, missing things sometimes.
Hmm.
I don't know. That's why I like idle games. I still feel like I'm gaming even when I'm asleep. It's a sense of accomplishment. It's really weird, I know. Isn't that the weirdest thing? Idle games make me feel better because then I don't feel like I'm missing out on gaming. At least gaming is happening while I'm absent.
What, Jackie? I didn't hear anybody. Sorry, say that again about idle games.
Idle games make me feel like I'm not missing out on gaming while I'm asleep because I know gaming is happening. Makes me feel good. I don't know. It's weird.
Oh, fair enough.
I
It
have
works for you.
I haven't been playing any or letting any of them play lately, but Whenever I
I
feel
played a
like I'm,
couple.
whenever I feel like I'm missing out on gaming, I just put on an idle game and go back to bed, and it just makes me feel better. Yeah, happy brain time.
Give you 40.
If you want a good idle game recommendation, there's one. It's not free, but it's.
Oh.
But once you pay for it, you have it, and you don't have to buy anything in the game. But it's called Dragoncliff. And it is amazing.
Wow. I just missed out on signing Stanislavski. Alright, I'll wait a couple weeks.
Oh shit! It's on sale for like less than $4 right now.
Wow. How much is it normally? $9.99?
It's normally, well, I don't know, in your currency, probably. It's probably $3 for you without I'm thinking about it. You want to play a truly amazing idle game? Yeah, that one. The fact that it doesn't have idle in the name means most people overlook it. They don't even know about it. If people knew about this game, I have a feeling they would play it way more. It's one of those super underrated gems on Steam. Should I send you the link to it? Probably, hey?
I mean, if you want to. It's up to you. I'll put it on a wish list, and I'll take a look at it.
Well, right now it's as cheap as I've ever seen it. I don't think it's ever been on sale before that I'm aware of. Oh, there's a website to check that, though, isn't there? Here I am looking for the share button. Just copy the link, damn it. Gonna put it in the general chat so other people can see it too. Yeah, I just put it in the general. I just put it in the general game talk so that other people in the group can see it, because I think everyone who likes idle games should buy that game. That's my opinion. It's the best idle game I've ever played.
What game is this that he's playing?
Who?
Drop Bear. Thank you.
What is Drop Bear playing? I don't know. What is Drop Bear playing?
Thank you. It almost looks like a EU4 type game.
Oh, Victoria maybe?
Oh, it's $2.99 for me. Wow.
Oh, he's not online, so $2.99 for you? Yeah. Kind of hard not to justify just grabbing that, in my opinion. You know, if you've got a couple of bucks, it's so worth it.
Okay.
It's so worth it. Hell, I'll buy it for you if you don't want to. Victoria 3, yeah, that just came out. It's a really, yeah, it is. It's a grand strategy game, and it's a lot like EU, a lot like it.
I've not been able to play EU, but I would like to. So I might have to check out Victoria as well at some point. Victoria 3.
If you're gonna go down that path, then you might also want to check out Crusader Kings 3.
I think I've heard of the Crusaders King franchise.
Yeah.
It definitely sounds familiar.
Oh,
But
shit.
the games. So I've played EU4. I have Hearts of Iron 4. I played the Civ series. What else? You can turn the light on.
Yeah, Civilization's great games. I have a severe dilemma.
What is that?
I'm about to play Juventus in the first leg, and both of my starting defensive midfielders are red carded. Both of them are suspended, O'Connell and Ruiz.
Ooh.
So my choices are to play Keith Byrne, who is my third choice and is nowhere near Champions League level, and try to get through the game with him, or to change formation.
If you play with him,
Shit.
What are his best attributes?
Who, Byrne?
Hmm.
Marking and tackling, probably. No, well, heading, I guess. Heading and jumping are really his best. He has some decent mentals and okay physicals, but his technicals are. He's more of a central defender, but he also happens to know how to play defensive mid. He's nowhere near Champions League capable.
Don't play him as a ball playing. Was that ball playing or roaming playmaker?
Roaming playmaker, that's what my tactic
Yeah,
uses.
I wouldn't play him as that
No, I probably
if
need to
I were
change
you.
my formation then.
Okay.
I didn't realize they were both suspended. Hmm. Yeah, I don't think I can play that formation for this game. Oops, shit. That's not what I meant to
Mhm.
do. I need Guthrie. I think, yeah, I'll play Guthrie. Damn. I haven't had a dilemma like this, a selection dilemma like this, in a long time.
What's the other formation that you use?
I have two. I have the diamond that I started with, if you
Okay.
recall, and then I have my Ireland
Yep.
formation, which is the one I'm going to use.
Okay.
I think I'll let Lundstrom be the deep line playmaker, maybe. Oh, I think I want Pasevsky as an attacker. No. I'll go with Pasevsky as the stabilizing force at the back. Marking, tackling, 14-13. Oh, but Lundstrom's 15-16. Yeah, never mind. He's definitely the guy to go back. Other than Ryan Moran doesn't mark or tackle very much. He's an offensive guy. Okay, I mean, changing formation wasn't in the cards. I hope this doesn't end up becoming a thrashing.
I don't think so. Ew.
Rundstrom can play almost every position through the center except defensive midfielder. I have Ryan McLean, but he's, again, not developed nearly enough to be in the Champions League. I just got to look and see if I have a player on the bench who can play defensive mid, just in case I have to abandon this and go to a different formation. But no, I've almost exclusively employed attacking midfield. Simon Grayson has a good rating. Oh, hold the phone.
Okay.
Put you
Who am
on
I calling?
putting Simon Grayson on the bench. Okay. I gotta save it again. Because now it changes. I don't want to forget. All right, so yes, there. If I have to abandon my tactic and go back to a different one, I have somebody who's capable of playing defensive mid and isn't terrible at it.
Okay. I
And
still think you'll do well.
I mean, I hope so. It'd be nice because I get nervous over these games. I want to advance and do well. But if they put me out, then I guess the save's over. Napoli are in Serie C. No, that sucks for them. Holy cow.
Wow.
It's amazing what 100 years can change.
Mm-hmm.
Inconceivable.
Mm-hmm. 1-0 over here, but we're playing a cup game.
Dynamo Zagreb haven't won the league in 35 years. Okay. That's not as outrageous as some of the other things, like Napoli being in Serie C.
USA women's team against Germany, November 13th at Red Bull Arena.
Mm-hmm.
That could be a fun game to watch.
Could very well be, yeah. We are getting next to nothing in terms of possession here. Why is Manamana stuck in your head?
It's been for the last couple of saves. Or streams, rather. No idea why.
Ah, that's a weird random song to get stuck in your head. Didn't know you liked the Muppets. Oh, come on, guys. We need to do better than this. Jeez. Juventus are kind of dictating the game a little bit. We have a better XG, but they have way more possession than we do. And are putting on tons of pressure. Okay, that was a good foul. No card. All right. Well, somehow we've come out of the half with a 1-0 lead. I don't know how.
There you go. That's all you need.
Oh, yeah, true. Definitely.
Home or away?
We're away, so it's nice to get anything out of this. Getting anything from this match is good for me. A win is amazing. A draw is okay. Oh, penalty. We like penalties. I need to make a substitution so I can put Rooney on. It actually matters that much right now. I'm subbing on Rooney just so he can take this penalty.
It'll be decent. It happens in time. In enough time.
Oh, yeah. It's plenty of time. The referee hasn't even settled it yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're checking the review to see if it even is a penalty. It totally is. Yeah, absolutely. All right, so up steps Moran. Why is Moran taking it? It's Rooney as the top. Oh, well, Moran scored anyways, so I'm not going to worry. But what the hell? They put Moran in to take the penalty.
I've never tried to sub a player on beforehand. I've always tried to change the kick taker.
Yeah, but when I go to penalties, Rooney is clearly the first choice to take penalties over Moran. And he was subbed on, so he should have taken the penalty.
Yeah.
There's no good reason why he didn't. I've done it before, and it's always worked. I don't understand why it didn't this time. Maybe there's a rule in the Champions League I'm unaware of that you can't sub a player on to take a penalty. Like, why not?
No, I just think the game was probably too slow. Like I said, I've never. I know you've done it. I just.
Oh fuck! They scored. All right, they scored. This is bad. How is it a sensational solo strike, but they got an assist? That is just stupid commentating. If there's an assist, it wasn't a solo strike, was it? I don't like how much possession they have. I'm really tempted to change my formation just to try to... Oh, because here they come again. And, ooh, Larkin with a save. I don't feel comfortable, even though I'm winning 2-1. I don't feel comfortable.
What minute are you in?
The 60th. It's almost enough time where I'm going to consider changing the formation. I'll probably use my diamond. Because even having an extra center back in there isn't helping me keep them away from getting great chances. I'm playing with 3 at the back, but it doesn't seem to matter. So there's no point in having 3 at the back if they can just walk through it anyway. What do we got here? Free kick? Ooh, this is within Moran's range. That's scoring range for Ryan Moran, and... Oh, yeah.
There you go.
3-1. It's a great position to get a free kick in. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stick with the tactic, but I'm going to make a couple of changes. First of all, Sadly, Moran has to come off. So does Pasewski. Yeesh. All right, completely different midfield all of a sudden. In possession, lower tempo, passing directness shorter. We already had time wasting on. Good, good. Now, where is... Where's the instruction to play for set pieces? Here it is. Play for set pieces. Because we are very good at those. Plus, you could waste extra time by going for extra set piece opportunities.
Let me know when you're in the 85th minute.
Yeah, okay. Weird, random, but okay.
We'll see.
Oh, God, they're still getting chances. We need the ball if we want to kill time. 80th minute. Here it comes. 85 is now.
Okie dokie. Wait, what?
Were you trying to do something to my team?
No, I can't send you. I can't send you a picture because it has explicit content on it.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm just gonna send it to you on Facebook.
You're trying to send me
It's
a
a
picture
joke.
on.
It's a dad.
You're trying to
It's
send.
a dad joke.
You're sending me a joke on Discord and it wouldn't let you.
Yeah.
Weird.
So I'm just gonna send it to you on Facebook.
Okay, explicit content. All right.
Yeah, it's not. I swear to God.
I believe you. Like that doesn't sound like something you would do. I mean, unless it was really funny, but that's a whole different thing.
Okay, I sent it.
Okay, cool. I'll go check it out.
My game's over. I don't know if yours is or not.
Mine just ended. We pulled out a 3-1 victory. Good. Out of our arses, basically.
It's explicit. You can't say that.
I just did.
I was just joking off the picture, but
I got to go and see this picture. I am scared. They decided that's explicit? My God.
Right?
Why did I need to be the 85th minute for this?
I didn't want to send it to you earlier on Discord, fear that you might have gotten a notification that you got a picture or something, and just make you lose a little bit of concentration in your Champions League game.
You're hilarious.
You needed your full undivided attention on it, and I wanted to give it to you. That's why I said 85th minute.
I have to share.
Because if you were winning, like you were.
I have to share this old memory. Something I posted in 2010. I used to eat a lot of natural foods until I learned that most people die of natural causes.
My God.
That's an even worse dad joke, and that one's from like 12 years ago. But I liked your picture a lot, by the way.
Thanks. Can we appreciate your plus 50 goal differential in 7 league games?
Oh my God! That is on pace to absolutely horrendously smash my previous mark. I mean, but it's too bad we're not finishing the season. Curious how bad it could get. But that's also just a sign of it's time to pack it in for the league, definitely. Yeah. I'd like my team to officially apply to play the English Premier League at this point.
Honestly, if Swansea and Cardiff can do it, why can't St. Pat's?
This is it, right? They got into England's pyramid. I mean, freaking Wrexham got into England's pyramid.
There's Cardiff, Swansea, Wrexham, Newport. That's 4. I'm missing one more in the lower leagues.
Okay, I believe you.
There's also a team that's located in England that plays in Wales, I think, or Scotland. I forget what border they're on.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But I don't feel like looking it up right now.
No, you don't have to. Not helping.
That's better than What's the other one that I've always done?
Doesn't matter. No, we're not reminding you. This is much
Okay.
better. This is a huge improvement, and I agree with that. So let's not bring up the other thing. Oh shit! Like, why did that not load properly? Well, it would be helpful if I put in my actual tactic. You see, there we go. Jovanovic over Hoya. Are my top players getting concerned about their playing time? Yes, one of them is Zukov. Jesus. Plays 12 out of 13 games, or 10 out of 13 games, and he's concerned about his playing time. I hate this game sometimes.
Oh, you got Shamrock in the league.
This isn't league.
Oh, not the league, the cup. I'm sorry.
It's Irish League
I
Cup.
saw the word cup. Yep, I saw the word cup, and for some reason I said league.
Yeah. I play Shamrock. Doesn't matter. They're seeing my backup team. So if I get knocked out in the first round, well, it'll be a laughing moment for the history of this team. But we are prioritizing the Champions League, and I have to play that in 4 days.
Absolutely, absolutely. You prioritize the Champions League.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Time to drink all this tea. Good Lord, it's been sitting here a very long time. Is it even remotely warm? Not bad. And Roy Horahane. Oh, Furtado with a huge save. I guess my backup keeper has some game after all. He's been playing more and more games, so keep hoping that'll help him develop into something worthwhile. But that was a nice save. Damn. Furtado, the potato. Rooney with a penalty. This will be our first shot on goal. And it's a goal, because that's what he does.
True.
Tommy Rooney only knows how to score goals.
Only? Doesn't know how to pass?
Nope, all he can do is score goals. Have you seen how many career goals he has? It's insane.
I will check right now.
You can only look at
This
the league,
man
can't you?
has. Time to do some math while you play.
Okay. He is he not our league's all-time leading scorer? That's
The
easy.
leagues?
Yeah.
I don't know, but I'm looking at all competitions here.
Okay, yeah, he's got a ridiculous amount of goals. I'm pretty darn sure he's my team's all-time leading scorer. I'm quite certain of that. Simon Grayson, assisted by Tommy Rooney. Well, I stand corrected. He also knows how to assist sometimes.
Told you he knows how to pass. You didn't believe me.
I was just kidding. I was making fun.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
I was just trying to,
Three-
over exaggerate his goal scoring prowess.
338 goals over 7 years.
Sickening. Isn't
7
it?
or 8. This is the 8th season he's been with the team. Yes, it is extremely sickening.
That's a lot of goals. Now, I think he's the league's all-time leading scorer
It doesn't surprise me if he is.
for the Irish League. Got a great birthday gift. I need ideas for a mate. Bought me $50, 50 AUD. I mean, so I have something to buy with that. What do you need ideas? What to buy? Was that what you're saying? I'm not. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry. That'll fuck everybody up. Make sure you're awake. Accidentally put my game on full screen for a moment there, which on my screen will be way too big for most people. I have to shrink it way down to make it fit on the stream.
Yeah, I remember us trying to have to figure that out when we first started.
You have a $50 Steam gift card and you're wondering what to buy with it? Well, start with Dragoncliff. We talked about that earlier. That's a great game. Even if you play it, you don't even have to idle it. You can just play it. It's fucking awesome.
Wait, I thought he had to give somebody a gift that's $50 in value. He got a gift?
I don't know. I think that's what he's saying.
Let me check.
Yeah, got a $50.
Oh, you got a birthday. Oh, okay.
$50 Steam gift card. He wants to know what to buy with it.
Buy F1 Manager and make Danny Ricciardo
He has F1 Manager.
a world champ. Oh, okay. Then don't buy F1 Manager. That's a waste of your money if you buy it twice.
I have a couple of good suggestions if you really want them.
I don't know. I'm not big on the gaming world, so I don't really know.
Oh, I've got a pretty good wrap around my. Plus, I've seen what kind of games Drop Bear plays. He plays a lot of similar games to me, so makes it a little easier when somebody has similar taste in games.
I would probably wait until the winter sale goes on, anyways.
Well,
instead of using it right away.
Not for Dragoncliff. That's the cheapest I've ever seen it, like ever. I'll grab that now. But hell yeah.
What are you reading on? You're still in game. I thought your game was over already. My bad.
No, man. I'm sorry. I promise I'm going as fast as I can.
No, you're fine. I thought it was over. I hit continue for some reason.
Damn fine.
So I had the score on your on my screen.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's 4-0. I'm just trying to convince my players to make their substitutes now. It's going to take off the three yellow carded players. That just makes that simple. Woo. Now I need time wasting. And I will praise them. Hopefully this gets us through. Oh no! Oh, so close. It's not even a league game. Clean sheet doesn't matter as much, but I still like to see my team get one. But right now, it's like all Shamrock, every replay.
Well, you know who's going to score if that's the case.
He's had a couple really good chances, yeah. Jorge Nalordi, I thought he was going to score like in the first minute. He had a wide open net, and somehow Furtado stopped it. Oh, Grayson missed the net. But you know who has scored in this game? Romero. Rooney has a brace, though. So, I mean, oof, that guy. Oh, they scored. It was a matter of time the way they've been pushing. Focus, assholes. There we go. Game's over. Of course, we get no Clean sheet because the game hates us, and off we go. 4 days until the second leg against Juventus, which, because of my rush last season, is still called Zebra. We won't have that problem this year. We'll have all the real names.
You'll have a Napoli problem. Well, you'll have a Napoli problem.
I will? No.
Yes.
I have the real name fix.
Oh, you do? Oh, okay.
Yeah. I told you I found one that doesn't mess with the database.
Yes, you did. You did.
Yeah.
I remember.
Uh-huh. It's been a lot of years since somebody made one that doesn't mess with the database. Yeah, the fix is great, isn't it?
I'll have to remember to do that when the game comes out.
Drop Bear, I think you do. I'm pretty sure. You own RimWorld, don't you? It's only the greatest game ever made. I'm sure you don't have many hours in it, though. You do. Do you have the DLCs for it? You do. All right. But you don't have many hours in it. That I know. Okay, so you like RimWorld. You like those. Okay, you own that game. You own that game. Oh. Do you have Factorio?
No. You
Yeah.
haven't. Have you talked to me about that game before?
You? No.
Yeah.
I don't think I've mentioned it to you. It is an amazing game. You basically have to be an engineer to play the damn thing. You don't actually. But it is quite in depth and fun. But I'd highly recommend that one. You could wait for the summer or the winter sale. It'll probably go on sale a little cheaper, but I really recommend Factorio. Plus, it can be played multiplayer. You know, in case you need help. You have 259 hours in RimWorld? Oh, I thought you had less. Oh, it shows what I know. That's quite a few. Got a chance of progressing. Summer sale for you, which is the winter sale for yeah, I understand. But it's winter over here. It's down a great team and tough fixtures. Okay, I just went with all the super positive responses. That was easy. Weekly staff meeting. No, I just had a media meeting. I'm all meetinged out. Did you buy the most recent expansion, like the new one that just came out? You did get the newest one? Okay. Cool. Well, throw Factorio on your list. Because that's a great game. Especially since you like similar games to me. That one is one I've got many, many hundreds of hours in. Oxygen not included. That's a good one. You have that? You haven't? Oh, you have heard. I thought you have. You've heard good things about it? Yes. Very, very, very fun game. It has its moments being overly complicated, but once you get through those moments, it's one of the better games at its core. Let's see. It's gonna go on here. You have 7 Days to Die. We know that because you dropped it with us. Oh, Jacob, tomorrow we're playing 7 Days to Die. If you want to take a break from FM, please join us.
If I'm around, I will.
If you're around, we'll be playing at around 8 my time.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're around, you're welcome to jump on and join us. Good stuff. Kiwi thanks me for investing in a heating blanket. Yeah, I know. 1 second. Wait, I got to start my game. Can you let me get into my game?
Yep, I'm going to hit right now. There we go. You should be good.
It's thinking about it. Yeah. Pump fist. Do this. Match preview. Start the game. Be right back. All right. What are we doing here? Oh, we're up a goal. Hooray. Sat down and Pisano has made it 1-0. I'm happy to be using my regular formation here with O'Connell back. O'Connell and Ruiz. Still have to wonder which one of them is going to emerge as the starter. I know Ruiz has the better upside and is 22. And he's almost as good as O'Connell, who's 25, and therefore not going to get any better than he is. So I might need to start playing Ruiz more just for the development factor, because he will overtake him. But then that makes me think, what am I going to do with O'Connell? He's the starting defensive midfielder for the Irish squad. So I'd have to make sure he ends up on a team where he plays. Oh, Pisano gets a brace. Oh, wait. Are they going to call that offside? How is that offside? There was defenders behind him. Okay, no, it counted. Pisano has a brace. Like, that wasn't even remotely offside. There was defenders in front of him when he shot the ball. I don't see how they could think that was offside in any way. Do they literally just need to check every single goal in the Champions League? All right, they have scored with their only fucking shot, because of course they do. Like my midfielder passed to Pisano. He was the only player forward for my team. There was two defenders in front of him that he shot the ball past and into the net, and they checked it for offside. What? Figure that one out, right?
At least, no, I did not. I'm not gonna make my brain work too much tonight.
Don't blame me.
Although we did score, we just conceded a penalty. At least we're up 2-0 though.
Who are you playing? And good night.
Shelburne in the league.
Oh, you got a league game. Okay. I was gonna say you don't have a cup game anymore. You got put out by some jerky team that was stupid jerks. You got put out by a good team. Honestly, I looked them over. I'm like, okay, these guys are good. they really were a good team. I'm still heartbroken that you lost to them, but they were not. Yeah. You saw a sim come out that's tempting you? A sim? I don't understand. Destroyer U-boat hunter simulator? What? Okay, sorry, this is a right winger.
It's 2-0 at halftime. The penalty was saved.
I don't want to take Pasevsky off. Actually, I want to take Zukov off. Those are the subs I want for this game. There we go. And then I need time wasting. Praise the team. Just a couple more minutes to get through this game. Oh, Pisano's hunting for his hat trick. Got in behind the defenders in an onside position, but the pass didn't quite make it to him. Oh, but there's Moran scoring. That's his 150th goal for St. Pat's. Way to go, Andrew Moran.
Wow. How many years have you had him though?
8, I want to say. He's also a central midfielder. Okay, there. 6-2 on aggregate over Juventus.
And you were worried
And now we play Manchester United, who knocked us out in the final last year. So
last year.
revenge time. I have a reason to be worried?
What's United?
I have a reason to get revenge, is what I have.
You do.
Okay, let's see. Who won Barcelona-Liverpool? It doesn't say. Guess we got to move forward to find out.
Yeah, our game just finished, so you'll see in a second.
It's just weird. Normally, it shows me the final results before your game's done, because your game is being played in a league that has nothing to do with this one.
You're right.
So, Champions Cup. It was Liverpool beat Barcelona? Yep. No, wait. It says it's tied. What? Oh, Liverpool. Why does it have a big green L? Latest
Live.
score?
The game's still going on.
No, it's a big green L beside Liverpool.
It means the game is still going on.
Why is it beside Liverpool and not Barcelona? This green L means it's still going on.
Yes.
Why is it here?
Yes.
Okay, that makes no sense.
So, you hit continue.
I did hit continue. That's what you said to do. God damn it. It still says
it. Hit continue to see. Now, if you go to Champions League, go to Champions League.
I'm here.
Go to matches. Look at the drop down.
Mm-hmm.
On the top left, matches. Latest scores. Don't click matches. Let it drop down, then hit latest scores. Give it a second. Move your mouse a bit, and it should come up.
Yeah, and it says that it's over. There's nothing there. Wait, all of these games still say later today. Like none of the games have been played according to latest scores.
Interesting. Usually, latest scores. If the game is still going on, it would have an L.
Okay.
Maybe Maybe it went to extra time.
I don't know, man.
We'll see.
This whole thing's confusing. Okay, so there it is. Barcelona won in extra time.
Okay. It was extra time.
Okay. Bayern won, United won, and we won. All right, so that's what's left. So if I beat United, I play either Barcelona or Bayer Leverkusen. Now we know that. So when I beat United, I'll be playing one of those teams.
Positive thinking, I like it.
Oh, I'm getting revenge on them. This is non-optional. I'm about to bring a whole lot of pain to them. Poland and Serbia friendlies, I'll accept those. So let me just take a quick look at my schedule. Arrange friendly to when's the next available friendly slot I have. Let's go with September 4th. And let's challenge England to a friendly.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, I'm feeling cheeky. England accept. Wonderful. Now let's get back down here and take a look. Let's challenge. Who else could we move ahead of? Italy. Challenging Italy. I'm going to play big teams so we can get more points. We'll be done before this, but... Ooh, France. They're number 1. Boom. There. We're going to play a bunch of really top teams in that little break. Italy, England, and France. Oh, wait. France was cancelled? Oh, they won't let me play them? What do you mean it was cancelled? It was never scheduled. What the hell is wrong with them? Italy, England. Okay, so maybe I can challenge them here? No, they're not available. Okay, let's go with Spain on this one. So let's see, that's Spain, friendly proposal. And then a week later, let's challenge France on that one. That way I can challenge nothing but big teams. There we go. France and Spain accepted those. Oh, I'm playing nothing but big teams for a while there.
I mean, you're the top 10 team, so you have the ability to be able to.
And if I beat them all, we'll gain points and move up a little bit on them. Because friendlies are worth more than you were trying to lead me to believe. You're like, they're not worth very much in the rankings. I'm like, God damn, they are. They absolutely are.
They're 10% of your ranking.
10% is a big amount.
Not when it's the lowest weighted. Like, nations leagues are like 20% or something.
All I'm saying is, any amount that allows me to catch up to them, I'm taking. If I gain 10%, they lose 10%, that's 20%.
Fair enough.
Okay, let's go look at who is upset about their playing time before I make substitutions. You're currently satisfied, you can sit out. I need Pasevsky to sit out. I'm going to play Grayson today. At that spot, everyone else is satisfied, no one else is too... Oh wait, Ryan Moran is concerned, but he's also tired. So I kind of have to play him. I don't like it, but it is what it is. Oh yeah, Guthrie's unhappy. I forgot about that. Because I didn't sell him to Liverpool. What a buttface. I'm still playing him though. Hopefully he'll get over it. You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. That's the song in my head after that. Because Guthrie's a Grinch. I love that song.
Oh, we're at Galway.
I'm losing to Bray 3 minutes in. Bray's in second. That means you're in third. What's up with that?
Games played.
It's the same.
I have like 1 or 2 less games played.
You don't?
You sure?
Oh, maybe I looked at it wrong. I don't know. Bray would be in first if this game ended like this. That would be funny. Oh yeah, they have Walter Lights. That's where he went. Rundstrom ties it up with a great assist by Pisano. That patience, man. He drew all the defenders towards him and then did a little spin move and passed it out. Most players in that situation in FM19 just would have shot it at the side netting. Don't miss that. Oh wait, that was FM20, wasn't it? Or 21? I don't know. Which one was it?
It was one of those.
Yeah, it's one of the ones
I
where
thought
they
it was 19.
I think it was 19 and then it lingered in 20 for a while. But yeah, they just shoot it at the side netting rather than squaring it to an open player. Don't miss that at all. I understand some players might do that because they have poor decision making, but these are world class. Oh, Pisano again. This time it's a goal where he waited. He faked a kick and drew out the keeper, then went around him and kicked it in. Did you ever see that?
No.
It's the first.
Not actually.
First time I've seen it. He's doing all kinds of weird shit I've never seen. Is there FM23 things got updated in the match engine for 22 recently that I don't know about? Because, wow. I just seen him do a couple of things that I've never seen before. Simon Grayson shoots it right at the keeper. All right, that's what I'm used to seeing. His players doing that. Pisano's just a different breed, I guess. Ryan Moran gets tackled hard in the box, no penalty. Uh-huh. I'm just looking over this team here, and I'm like, Pat O'Hanlon used to be on my team. Kelly used to be on your team.
Mm-hmm.
They got a couple of other players that played for us before. Bray Wanderers' best players are largely people who used to play for you and me.
Oh yeah, I know.
Mm-hmm. They have Walter Lights. They took him off loan from me last season and then made it permanent. And he's starting for them now, which I'm not surprised. He was a good prospect, but I just had nowhere to play him. Good to see them building a decent team, though.
4-0 at the break.
Bray is pushing to be a top 2 team.
Excuse me?
They are. They're pushing for it. Isn't it amazing?
A top 2 team?
Yeah, like first or second. Yeah, they're actually giving us both a run.
I don't believe that.
They are.
No.
Giving me a good game. No. They gave you a good game recently. Currently, they're in second place. They were in first for a moment until I scored a couple of goals. But yeah, they're pushing. It's good to see. Okay. I'm not saying they're going to finish there. It's just nice to see them being competitive. Well, they're in second right now. I don't know what you're on about. Sure, they played more games, but it's still good that they're trying to be competitive with us. Even with games in hand, we've always been ahead of the other teams.
Not always.
Pretty much. Like maybe 3 or 4 games in, but not like 11 games in. 11 games in and a team is still actually keeping pace with us. That's new. You don't think?
No.
You sound personally offended by this.
We have 3 games in hand. That's 9 points right there.
I understand that. Why are you making this about you? All I'm saying is
it's about you.
It's a team that's actually keeping up a little bit compared to past seasons. That's it.
No, but you said that they're giving us a run for our money and that they're almost a top 2 team.
They're pushing to be a top 2 team. They're giving me a good game. They gave you a good game before. They're getting better.
Okay.
I don't know why you're like offended by that. I'm complimenting Bray. I'm not dissing you.
I just don't think that's the case. I mean, play a whole season out.
Yeah. I know they're not going to finish like that. But this is the longest into a season in a long time that I've seen any team be anywhere near us. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah. Even in
we ended up winning our game.
Well, of course. Even in seasons past, I've normally seen teams out of it, even when we have 3 or 4 games in hand. So it's just interesting to look at the table at this point and see it looked a little different than I expected. Plus, I never would have expected it to be Bray. I probably would have picked Sligo. But they're doing a good job building their team, apparently. They're on a 0 goal differential, nonetheless. So that's not helping their case very much. But still, it's neat to see this kind of change in the standings. I bet you they finished 3rd. They seem like they're making a strong case for that. Which is a surprise enough for me, because I would have picked Sligo Rovers to finish 3rd. Well, Sligo's in 4th. They got +5 goal differential. They're not doing terribly either.
You ready for this?
Uh-huh.
In the month of May, these are the teams that I'm facing.
Okay.
Shamrock, Sligo, Bohemian, Shelburne, Bray, Bohemian, St. Pat's, Shelburne. Every team either starts with a B or an S. And I'm going to call this the BS month.
That's gold.
I have nothing to play for.
That's absolutely gold. Okay. Yeah. I can get behind this. Grayson sends one skyward. I forgot to make substitutes until the 90th minute, but shit happens.
Oh, well.
Yeah, well, I put people out. I did I made substitutes, but in the 90th minute, I got chatting, looking at the standings a little too closely, and forgot to look at how much time was left in the game. Okay, there we go. So we only won. What was that? 3-1. That wasn't much.
Wow.
Yep, they gave us a good game. I'm just trying to compliment how much they've improved, and I like to see it.
Again, like you said, too little, too late.
It is. It would have been nice for these teams to have improved a lot before now, but hey, it takes them a while to get the memo. 3-1. That's a close
Now we
game.
play Cabin Teely.
Oh, that must be a cup game. Ah, yes, League Cup second round. Got it. I play Bohemians. Then I play Galway, but at home. Boo.
So, is Game 5 tomorrow? I think it is.
Wait, who won? Is it over?
It's not over.
Oh, okay.
It's not over yet.
Okay, what's the score?
It's still 5-0.
It's close to being over. For the Phillies, right?
No, it's 5-0 Houston.
Oh, Houston's up. Okay.
Yeah, it's the top of the 8th inning.
Okay.
So they're basically on the verge of tying this game.
Series.
And Game 5 is tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. No rest.
Yeah, Friday's an off day, and then the weekend, Saturday, Sunday is in Houston for Games 6 and 7. So if Houston can win today and tomorrow, they'll have a 3-2 lead going home for the weekend, which would be huge.
Well, we'll have to see how it plays out. Maybe we'll see a miracle and the Phillies will come back in that game. It's unlikely because I know Houston has a decent closer. So
I don't want Philly to win.
You don't want Philly to win?
No, I want Houston to win.
Oh, I thought you said you wouldn't mind if Philly won.
I mean, I wouldn't mind it, but I would prefer Houston to win.
Fair enough. Okay, so I got this one, and then I play United. I have to make some decisions here on how to go about this. So if I beat Bohemians, I play either Derry City or Drogheda. I'm not getting any non-league teams over here. I'm only getting the teams in our division. Oh well, those are still walkovers to me, more or less. But I'm getting the tough draw. Not really.
It used to always be me getting the tough draw. So
true, yeah.
Eventually, it would even out.
I actually should play my starters this game and my backups for Galway. That's what I should do. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm going to do.
Sounds like a plan.
I mean, it's a shame to play my starters in a cup game, but I mean, I got United coming up. I don't want them to get mad, and I want them to stay match fit. But this way I can give my starting 11 6 days off after here. You're back! You're front! You're both here. He said he's back.
My internet dropped out.
Again? He says it happens every few hours to him in Australia.
Jeez.
It's infuriating.
Oh, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. But that's just a normal thing in Australia, is to have internet that drops every few hours. Time to move to a new country, I think. That seriously I would move if I lived in a country like that.
Yeah, they have some crazy animals living in that country. I would not move.
Plus, their housing market has gone to shit. All their houses are owned by foreign investors, so nobody can even buy a house.
Isn't that similar for, I guess not. I was going to say for a lot of other countries, but I guess not.
No, a lot of other countries have been making laws against that. Australia, for some reason, welcomes it. Yeah, they have some issues with their government. They're a wee bit corrupt. So it would seem on the surface. I can't actually speak to it because I don't know, but it sure looks that way. Yeah, like it's in international news all the time how Australia's housing market is in a completely shitty situation. Even finding a rental
Mm,
at a reasonable price there is near impossible.
wow.
Yeah. So there's a like there has been recently a max S exodus of Australians leaving the country for other places. Not that that's easy to do. That's also expensive, but you can't find a rental where you live. There you go. Exactly. It's funny. I live in Western Canada and I know about that because it's actually talked about how crazy it is over there. It's so bad they won't show
Oh,
rentals in your town to locals, right? Yeah, they only want foreign investors. Yeah, they only show them to people from Melbourne. They want the money, 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 money. Yeah. That's why you just move to a different country. Be done with it. It's not an easy process, but do it while you're young, because if you wait until you're older, nobody will take you. It's Canada is one of the hardest countries in the world to immigrate to, unless you're in your 20s. Then it's really easy. You like the look of Italy or Spain to live in? Okay.
oh, Matt's Italian, so I wouldn't mind moving to Italy.
I I'm not going to speak to that.
You don't want to move to Italy? You don't want your foot.
You need to learn about Italy before you say you want to move to Italy. That's all I got to say.
You're talking about like the history of Italy?
No, even the current people. Read up on Italy before you say you want to move to Italy. That's all I'm going to tell you.
Okay,
Yeah, I thought about merely visiting Italy until I read up more on it, and I'm like, that ain't happening. Yeah.
okay. I'll leave it at that. I'll look it up,
Hmm.
and I'll get back to you.
Absolutely. Just do some research on Italy before you decide you want to live there or even visit there.
Where else would I go? I'd go to England.
No, God, don't live in England. Why would you want to live in England?
No, visit,
Oh,
visit.
visit.
I mean, I wouldn't mind living in. I don't know enough to. I can't make an informed decision on whether or not I'd want to move to England,
England is
but I'd
expensive,
definitely
old,
visit.
dirty, and filled with a lot of stupid, hard right people. So yeah,
Doesn't surprise me, to be honest.
that came off my list too. You want to move somewhere that has at least a decent level of tolerance. And so
Uh,
far you've named two countries that have almost zero. Like one of the first things you'll see when traveling in Italy, one of the things I looked up for visiting, and this was in fact you, so that you can do your own research, was if you have a female companion, never leave her alone in Italy. Because next to some of the Middle Eastern places where it happens all the time, Italy is one of the biggest countries for gang rapes.
really?
Yeah, they're terrible. Yeah, no,
Huh.
like they're not out and out like some of the Middle Eastern countries, just all about women having zero rights, but pretty close.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty much exactly the same. Mhm. Women are just things in Italy.
That's something I've never heard of. So I've never heard that about Italy. So it's interesting
Read it, yeah, read up on it because
to hear.
because I told Joanne, I said, well, we should go visit some other countries. We've been making plans for that, and I said Italy, and she's like, no, you
Oh,
need to read about that. And I read about it. And I was like, oh my god. She's like, this is why she doesn't want to go, and I don't blame her because she's the one that would be
hmm,
in peril there.
affected
And she lives
the
in the
most.
country that's next door to it, so of course she knew this better than I would.
What about like Switzerland or
Switzerland's hard to even visit. Switzerland doesn't want foreigners, but they're nice. It's a nice place. Switzerland, Denmark, Norway are all beautiful places to visit. France, I highly recommend France. Actually, I never thought I'd say it, but I really do highly
mm,
recommend it. It's nice there, and they are more tolerant than most countries. I mean, they've integrated more other cultures than any other country in the world. Norway is expensive, but they also don't
Oh,
have.
wait, they've integrated many other cultures.
Yeah, they've integrated more other different cultures than anyone else in the world. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, the history of France is actually kind of fascinating. I mean, I've only just started learning it in depth over the past couple of years, but it's yeah, they
Hmm.
when you look at countries that have other countries as part of their you know uh, ownership, let's say like England owns lots of other lands, but nobody owns more lands than
Hmm.
France. They own the
Oh
most
yeah.
subs, and they every single one of those countries they try to integrate them and make them
Mhm.
French citizens and make them part of their able to travel freely through those places, and it's shocking actually just how tolerant France is to other cultures, as long as they learn French.
Do you think that they make them integrate and be like learn about French culture and like do all that, but make them forget where they came from?
No, as long as they learn French, that's pretty much the only standard. And other than that, they're pretty tolerant with other cultures. Sometimes to a fault, actually. There's a few countries where people have moved to France because they're part of their union, and they're causing some real
Hmm.
problems in France with gangs and violence and stuff. But France is doing their best. Like you can't ride their trains late at night in certain areas because it's
Okay.
nothing but gangs, and they're all from other countries that they have a certain amount of immunity because they're from those countries, and it's actually a real
Um,
problem politically in France. But that's one of the only downfalls is that. But yeah, as far as tolerance and things goes, they're actually pretty good. But if you can move anywhere in the world that's possible to move to, and you want decent weather, you want not too many things that'll kill you, you want tolerance and everything else, New Zealand has to be at the top of everyone's list. It is probably one of the best places on earth to live, just bar none.
nice to visit New Zealand as well. I, I,
Yeah,
I I think I would like that.
yeah, it's a great place overall. It depends on what your priorities are, right? Like acceptance, healthcare, education. It really depends what your priorities are.
Hmm.
What's important to you depends what age group you're in. Like if a person's going, well, I really want a good education because I'm young and I wanted to get a decent education. Well, you might go to a place like France because it's free and it's a high standard of education. But if healthcare is important to you, oh wait, they're also the best in France. They have the top healthcare in the world too. Okay, I don't want to just overtalk them because I think there's other great places, but overall, New Zealand has great weather, really moderate weather all year round. That's a huge
No,
selling point.
no,
Uh-huh. Yeah,
no.
they don't have
I
too
don't
many
believe that.
extremes. They Yeah, check them out.
I
Hmm.
I am.
Yeah. I'm surprised you don't know this. Honestly.
No, because I've seen snow in pictures of New Zealand before.
I didn't say there isn't snow. I said they have moderate weather. They don't have extreme weather. I didn't say they don't have snow. Does moderate weather to you mean no snow? Because snow is a thing. It just doesn't make the weather extreme necessarily. You knew this? I'm glad to hear that you knew it. That's yeah.
Well, I mean,
So
he lives in Australia,
yeah.
so I would hope so.
So the advantages to places like Denmark, Norway, and them is that they don't have a lower class. They also don't have an upper class. Things are expensive, but things are also covered there, by and large. Like you're good. Everyone's middle class, more or
Wow.
less, in places like that. That's an advantage too, depending on where who you are
So
and what you're like.
temperature-wise, it's like San Diego, basically.
Oh, New Zealand! The reason I learned about New Zealand was because somebody I knew was going to go on a student exchange, and they wanted to pick a place, and New Zealand ended up at the top of their list because of all of the pros about New Zealand. And I was like, wow, it's an amazing place, isn't it? Anyway, my game's done.
Okey
So I
dokey.
highly recommend a place like that if you ever want to move to a new country. I mean, I don't know how or why. Like, if you were to Google search best country in the world to live, it's the most ridiculously stupid lists ever. Like, Canada is pretty much always first. And I'm like, no. Why? How? We're not better than places like New Zealand or France or Denmark or I don't think so anyway. I mean, maybe there's things that I'm not taking into account, but it's expensive here. Our housing market
Uh-huh.
isn't great. Our education is getting worse all the time because we have so many right-wing idiots voting them in, and you know what they do to education. So yeah, like overall, I'm trying to pick a nice place to live in the world. I don't know why Canada's always top of everyone's list. Our healthcare system's not that great. Like,
It's the
yeah, it's
stereotype.
free.
You guys are always
Yeah,
nice.
because like we have free healthcare, sure, but the wait times are exorbitant, also because of those same right wing governments. But that the point being, I don't know why it's ever on the top of the list ever. I've also seen lists where people put the USA at the top, and I'm like, no.
That's how you know that they're based in the U.S.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah. I was like, okay, so an American wrote that list, 100%. Anybody who says
And
America's the greatest country to live in pretty much lives there and is into waving their flag really hard every day as
yeah,
exercise.
they're on the right. They're right wing in America. If that's the case.
Mm.
I've even had that conversation with my dad that the U.S. isn't the best country to live in anymore, and he just flat out refuted what I said. I was like, okay.
Anymore, I can make an argument that it never was, but it was up
Well,
there at
that's what I
one
tried.
point. Yeah,
That's what I tried doing,
yeah. Okay.
and he still said nope. It's still the greatest country in the world, and I'm like,
How many others has he been
he's never been out of the country as far as I know.
to?
The furthest west he's been to is Detroit, I think.
Okay, so it's based on. Okay, yeah,
From Boston to Detroit to Florida, I think that's the extent of where he's been.
that's the greatest country. Okay, European International League Division A. Ireland got Denmark, Germany, and the Ukraine.
That's an easy group.
Excuse me? I don't think so. I think that's a reasonably difficult group, but okay.
Oh, I
Thank you
didn't
for the
hear
cover.
Germany.
Yeah, Denmark, Germany, Ukraine.
I don't know what else. What I was thinking when you said Germany.
Thinking that you're tired.
Uh, a little bit.
You're starting to slow down. Your talking's getting a little bit slower
I
down.
swear I'm not high or drunk or anything.
It's funny. I was watching a South Park episode earlier, and there's this one redneck guy in there because they're talking about drugs, and he's like, "Drugs are terrible. I've turned out perfectly fine. Look at me. Having never done drugs, I can definitely say that they have nothing to offer anyone. I turned out okay never doing drugs. Now get off my porch before I kill you." So there it is. Having never visited anywhere else, I can definitively say that the USA is the greatest country in the world. There, I just took that little meme and turned it into applicable to the situation. I think Canada's awesome. Don't get me wrong. It has a lot of great things about it. I just don't happen to think it's the best country in the world. But what is the best is subjective to what is important to the individual.
Yeah, this is a very subjective question.
Mm-hmm. It is. But there's things you got to factor in. Like, I mean, if I'm being real with you, I would not want to be a gay black man in Italy. Mm-mm. Nope. Nobody's going to be okay with that. Hell no.
I would. There's other countries that I'm more concerned about than Italy. I'll be honest with you.
Oh, granted, it's not even the worst when it comes to that kind of thing, but it's on the list. No. If I was to pick a country where that was on my list, I would choose France because there's a whole lot of similar type people there. The acceptance for it is far and wide. And that's good. That's progress to me.
Mhm.
But there aren't enough countries like that. Canada's another great one where you do just fine, depending on what province or city you live in. Like if you go to Alberta, Edmonton would be good. Calgary wouldn't. Red Deer, definitely not. Right off the list. Do not even attempt it. That is Hickville, Canada. So yeah, I think that's true of a lot of countries. Like there's a lot of places in the U.S. that are good and bad depending on what kind of
Oh yeah, well,
the type of person you
absolutely.
are. Yeah.
The U.S. is a huge place.
Well, it is. It's vast diversity just from one state to the next. It's kind of amazing. It's a lot like Europe. You go to a European place like England, you can be in a city,
That's one thing.
and then you drive 2 hours down the road, and it's like they're talking a different language. It's amazing.
That's one thing I try and tell Europeans is like the size of our country the size of our states are comparable to the size of European countries.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of Europeans can't grasp the fact that you can't just go from Miami to New York to LA in one day.
Yeah.
They don't realize
No, you not even
those are separate
close.
vacations. Yeah.
Yeah. No, not even close.
Um.
And then you got Canadian provinces.
Well, yeah, they're big as well,
They're
and they're long.
massive as well. Yeah. I mean, you have
Yeah.
Texas, so you win. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Texas is bigger than any of our provinces. Not our territories, though. Northwest Territories is gargantuan, but there's nothing up there,
I
so it
want to see
doesn't
if I
matter.
can answer this correctly without looking it up.
Hmm. What's that?
Is Texas bigger than all of the Canadian
I
provinces?
think it is. Probably. It's your biggest state. I know that.
No, I think Quebec is bigger.
Quebec is bigger than Texas?
I think so.
Oh.
Right, because Quebec is bigger than Ontario. Am I right on that?
My face is having a spasm?
Huh?
I don't know. He says my face is having a spasm.
The whole stream. Oh.
And the game is. I don't know about the game. The game keeps having like weird moments where it freezes for a second. I don't know what that is. My face is having a spasm. I don't know what that means.
All right. So first off, Texas is not even the biggest state in the U.S.
Really? What is?
Alaska.
Oh,
Alaska is nearly.
okay. That's fair. That's fair.
So.
I will admit that I didn't consider Alaska. Right. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. No, it would be, wouldn't it?
Now we're gonna do Canada.
Oh, I see what you mean. I'm chewing my lip. That's not a spasm. I'm just chewing my lip.
Square kilometers. So Texas is 676,000 square kilometers.
Okay. Wow.
The biggest province.
The stream is frozen. Oh, that's weird. Biggest province.
Oh wow,
Quebec's not the biggest.
Quebec is 1. It is.
Mm-hmm.
Quebec is 1.5 million square kilometers.
Oh, well, how about
so that's
that?
over twice the size of Texas. Ontario is 1 million square kilometers. So
I didn't actually know that they were that much larger. That's incredible. Learning new things.
You also have BC.
Yes.
Which is at 944,000 kilometers, which is also bigger than Texas.
Really?
Texas is 676. So Texas is just bigger than Alberta.
Wow, how about that, eh?
And Saskatchewan.
Huh. Well, what do you know? I learned something new. That's incredible. About my own country, too. I mean, I would have guessed Quebec was the largest, yeah. But to hear that BC is third largest behind Ontario, I might not have thought that. So it's good to know, but I didn't realize it. Not sure what I would have picked. I knew it was Quebec. I knew it was Ontario, 1 and 2 for size, but I wasn't sure what the third one would be. I mean, we're not counting the territories. The territories are larger.
I know, but I was curious for myself.
Oh, yeah, the Northwest Territories is gargantuan. Like, huge.
Wow. Yeah, so none of it.
Yeah, just say none
2
of it.
million
Close enough.
2 million square kilometers.
Yeah, how much of that are you having? None of it.
Jesus fucking Christ.
That's how you remember.
Oh,
that's how you remember. That's how I remember. That's the most how most Albertans, anyways, remember. Like, how much of that are you having? None of it. Especially when it's new, because it's a brand new territory. They just kind of sliced off some of the Northwest Territories and gave it to some of the locals there and said, "Here's your own territory." That happened not very long ago. None of it used to be part of the Northwest Territories until, I don't know, 10 years ago, maybe a few more.
My town has more people than that territory.
Oh yeah. Nobody lives up there. It's almost uninhabitable.
That's scary.
It's almost uninhabitable up there. Plus, like, do you know what the cost of goods is up there? Because everything has to be flown in airplanes.
Oh, that expensive.
Oh God, yeah. I was like, people were writing about it on Reddit, and I was reading it. I'm like,
Uh-huh.
like a gallon of milk. 'Cause you guys have gallons, right? That's what you do, gallon of milk.
Yes.
Okay, because we don't do gallons, but it was
We don't put milk in a bag either.
comparative for other people. But a gallon of milk there was $12 at the time, and it's more now.
Jesus.
So it's probably, with inflation the way it's been the last few years since I read that, I bet you it's close to $20 for a gallon of milk.
Hmm.
Now, interestingly, you think, oh my God, how can anybody live there? Well, their wages are also higher for specific jobs because they need to pay good wages to attract anyone up there.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can't get people to go work in places like that, especially the mines they have up there, unless you pay well. So my game's done. Yeah, it is a fascinating thing to try to consider these faraway places and what they cost to live in and all of that. It really gets me going to read about them.
All right. So Sligo has one more game than us, and they're tied with me on points.
Aha.
Bray has 12 games played, and they're on 22 points as well.
So yeah,
DeGrazia is injured for 4 weeks.
but yeah, there's some people at one of the universities down in your country did some simulations based on what would happen if nuclear war happened. And
Do I
you
want
know,
to know?
and I'm just yeah,
Go
because it's relevant to the
ahead.
conversation. The only part that's
Go
relevant
ahead.
is what areas of Earth would still be habitable if there was all-out nuclear war. And yeah, everybody would have to move to the Northwest Territories, more or less. Northern Alberta, northern Saskatchewan, all those
Really?
northern areas that are nearly uninhabitable would be the only inhabitable places left.
Even with the rising sea levels?
Yeah, even with the rising sea levels,
Interesting.
they wouldn't be overtaken completely. But yeah, and then there's some southern spots where they also closer to the South Pole, which would also still be habitable. But yeah, you're hosed. You live too close to New York. That's one of the first targets. So sorry, man. You're hosed.
Matt's worse. He lives right across the river.
From New York?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. Not getting out of there. Most of the United States would be gone within the first 2 hours. The majority of it. Frightening.
Most of the United States?
Yep. Yeah, you got to watch the simulation. You can
I feel like I
Google
would
search it,
go to Alaska at that point.
and you're not counting Alaska. Okay, most of the mainland United States would be gone within the first 2 hours.
Well, yeah, I'd imagine.
There'd be pockets of
There's a
people
show.
where they would survive, but cancer would be really high for a few years.
Yeah. Absolutely right on that. There's a
800 games in management coming right up.
what's it? It's like a mini series on YouTube
Mhm.
from the infographics show, and basically it's I survived a nuclear apocalypse, and it's like maybe 2.5 hours long,
Mhm.
and they go through a 400-day journey of a you know fictional people surviving through a nuclear apocalypse,
An
basically,
apocalypse
and
situation, yeah.
it was very, very well put together, I have to say.
I love shows like that.
Yeah. And
Dystopian shows like that, I love them. That's my favorite thing to watch.
I would just put it on while I was going to and from school and just listen to it. I mean, obviously the illustrations are good, but it's almost like you can just listen to it. Instead, so yeah, give it. Each episode's like an hour long or whatever, maybe 40 minutes, and my drive is 40 minutes long, so
That works out well.
worked out perfectly.
Yeah, that works out.
Oh, I hit the wrong button.
It does work out wonderfully. I just love that kind of stuff. I love how many people talk about like, if the zombie apocalypse ever happened, this is what I would do. And the funny thing is how many people talk about how they would be a survivor in the zombie apocalypse. Like, I'm pretty sure most of you are not going to make it. Everyone thinks they're going to be a survivor. It's like, well, statistically speaking, the majority of you are going to be zombies. So there's that. I have a high probability of survival because I don't interact with many other humans pretty much ever. It would have to happen the once in a month that I go to the grocery store. You know, because I don't go outside very often. I probably should. I just don't.
I've thought about what we would do.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't come to any good strategies yet.
You're not in a great place.
Exactly.
Yeah, population wise, you be in a lot of peril.
Well, we could probably go to Pennsylvania. There's a lot of places in Pennsylvania that are very, very rural.
Yeah.
Rural.
Yeah.
But we'd have to learn how to shoot and hunt and all that good stuff.
My biggest advantage is not just that I don't go outside, it's that I live in the northeast corner of Edmonton, the least populated corner. It's right beside, like, there's a highway built all the way around our city in a giant circle. It's called the Anthony Henday. But I live in the north, I live right beside the Anthony Henday on the northeast corner, which is the least busy part of it. So if we had to flee the city, we could be out of here in less than 2 minutes on a highway going north.
And nobody.
Right? Which would be perfect. So,
going north would be to Calgary, right? Because Calgary's on the north side of Alberta.
No, Calgary's south.
Was that the other way around?
Other way around. Edmonton is the northernmost metropolis on the planet.
Okay.
Yeah. Which is funny because Calgary gets way more harsh weather than we do. I mean, it gets cold here, sure, but it's like a dry cold. You don't really notice it. It doesn't get into your bones like in some places. Our cold is very steady and consistent, so that also helps for integration. Like, people talk about the cold here, but it's really not hard to get used to at all. Some of the people that I know that move here within the first year or two, they're like, "Oh my God, this is unbearable." But after a year or two, they're just like, "Oh, this isn't that bad."
Yeah, because like you said, you get used to it.
Plus, it's easier to warm up than it is to cool down. Right, so like in places where it's wicked hot, I don't know how anybody survives that if they're not from there.
Especially in the American Southeast where it's hot and humid.
Oh my goodness, yeah, go on. Right, I found like France to be that way in August. It was really hot for me. I mean, it's milder than most countries. It's milder than most countries, but I found it really hot. I wouldn't want to go any closer to the equator if I could help it. I would melt. I'm a northern Canadian. Eh?
Gotta put that in there.
Yeah, got to. Take off, you hoser. Put that one in there. That's a stereotypical thing for us to say.
Hoser?
Hoser. Take off, you hoser. Yeah. Bob and Doug McKenzie are these... okay, so these two actors play these brothers named Bob and Doug McKenzie. They're fictional characters, but they're like legends in Canada. And, that's some of the things that they say, so they became popular sayings. In the 80s, primarily 70s and 80s, people would say, "Take off, eh?" Or "You hoser." I don't even know what the hell it's supposed to be. Like, what the fuck is a hoser? I don't know. But it was like our primary insult for the longest time when I was a child. I wish I knew what the hell it was. Maybe I could Google search it. You know, I never thought to Google search that. What is a hoser? A foolish or uncultivated person. Got it. Funny, I Google search what a hoser is, and the dictionary definition is a foolish or uncultured person, and right beside it, there's a picture of Bob and Doug McKenzie.
I wonder if that takes place. I wonder if that's because of your location, and the fact that you're Canadian and not from Indiana.
I don't know.
Indiana.
You could Google search it and see if Bob and Doug McKenzie show up on your search too. I bet they do. Okay, anyways, Manchester United just tied this up, so I better start paying attention to the game.
I didn't even realize you were playing a Champions League game.
Yes.
I just thought it was another league game.
No, we took an early lead, and they've just tied it up. And, man, we are not getting enough of the ball. Like, we have 10 shots on target and a 2.08 XG. Go figure, but we only have one goal again. We need more possession. Okay, my players agree. This is my home game, too, so that's even more frightening. Come on. Damn it. 2.3 XG, still only scored one. come on. We're getting way more chances than them. Like, they got more of the ball, but we are stopping them pretty easily.
Mhm.
Look at all the chances. Ah, there's
Are you
Pisano,
gonna
2-1. We're home. I just said we're home.
Yeah.
I just said it. This is our home game. Right, 2-1. Like, we have to get something out of this game. I feel like I should demand more, even though we're winning. I can't do anything but praise or demand more, so everything else is broken. If I try to encourage them, they'll just fall to pieces. Fuck it, I'm going to demand more and see what happens. Okay, let's see what they think. Oh, that pressured them. Pressured by the feedback. Okay. It's only 4 of them that got pressured, so that's not the worst thing. It's early enough in the game. It's early enough in the game that I hope we can recover from that. Okay, comes my next talk.
The Houston Astros have thrown a combined no-hitter to defeat the Philadelphia Phillies in Game 4 of the 2022 World Series 5-0.
Oh, no hitter. That's cool. Sorry, I don't care about that right now.
I know.
Shit, what am I going to do here? If you know, then why are you telling me about it?
Well, I decided not to wait till the 85th minute this time. It's
Okay.
only the second time in World Series history.
Okay. Shit, I don't have enough options here, so let's do this way. I think that'll be okay. There isn't going to be penalties because it's just the first game. But I need another goal, so I don't think changing anyone else is going to matter. I'm going to keep Pisevsky on in place of Moran. Rundstrom will come off for Andrew Moran. Let's trust in the veteran to make a difference for us. Okay. Here we go. I changed formation to try to press for another goal because I don't think a 1-goal lead is enough going back to Manchester. Oh, Foy, come on. You got to do better than that. It's the one player I
Give it
didn't
to
want
me
to.
if you want.
It's the one player I didn't want to substitute in, but I don't have a decent backup wing back. Okay, that's going to be a penalty. We have drawn a penalty.
There you go.
Ryan Moran will be our taker because I don't have Rooney out there. I thought about subbing him in, but I didn't because, well, I have Romero, so I put Romero out there. Moran makes it 3-1. Now I can put on time wasting. I'm not going to change the pace of the game, though. We have taken back a lot of the possession after I told my team to get us more possession. But we're still on a 4.48 XG, so 3 goals is still sort of disappointing.
That's a 2-goal lead. That's the only thing you should worry about right now.
Mm-hmm. It is, but here they come, of course, pressing right away. Good defensive play by Zukov. Larkin takes his time, spots Moran wide open. Oh, and he hits off the side post, I think. Yeah, it's a penalty or a goal kick. 20 shots on goal, 4.6 XG. And they've injured my left back, and I have no subs.
Foy? No, he's right back.
No, Foy's playing left back. Foy's left back. Yeah,
Okay.
Foy's been hurt, and I have no subs. What the fuck am I supposed to do with that bullshit? Andrew Moran, go play left back for a few minutes. Right, we got
I
out.
see 90th minute.
Telling them it was a let off,
injured?
they agree.
He was injured in the 92nd minute.
Yeah, I know. I'm aware of that. Thank you. Game's
Oh
over.
no, I'm just reading it.
Oh yeah. It was unfortunate. Really bad timing, eh?
Yeah.
Glad they didn't get a goal out of it, but yeah. Yikes. Oh, you beat Galway handily. Andrea with a hat trick on penalties. A hat trick of penalties. Yeah. Awesome. You don't see that very often.
I was more concerned with the baseball game, to be honest, to put my goalkeepers in
Ah,
to take it.
oh, that's good. It's good for. I think it's silly that you do that. But as long as you're having fun.
Excuse me.
Yeah, but the baseball game's over now, so we can play this game. Foy is out for a while. That sucks. Now I sort of wish that I had found a different left and right back, like somebody who can play both sides, left and right.
Well, you got a month to train them. Well, no, not for the second leg, for the final.
A month to train them.
Yeah, to train someone to play both left and right.
Oh, that wouldn't. No, that wouldn't work. De Silva wants to discuss the fact he'll never break into the first team. I mean,
You're not wrong.
no, it's kind of going that way, isn't it?
Would you break into my team?
De Silva? Yeah, like he would probably be a rotation option through league games and bordering on European, but he's way down on my list.
Okay, so I don't want him.
He's a good prospect. I don't know why you wouldn't. It just depends. Okay, I have to do the conversation. Yeah, no, I'm just going to find a new club for him. It's unfortunate because, let's see, transfer request is done. I bought him for 775,000, which is a lot. To me at this point, yeah, 775,000. To me at this point of his development, let's see. Ooh, he's getting a lot better. So I'm going to say he's like mid 125-ish. He's listed at 2.5 million as a value. That's sad. Because if I was a Premier League team, he's a 40-50 million dollar player. Oh, look at this. Teams are bidding on him already. Oh, and they're going well below the 2.5 million price tag. Let's see. Now he's going to be mad.
Get rid of him.
Oh, no. Huh?
What? Just get rid of him.
I'm not going to just get rid of him. I'm going to get at least the maximum value I can from him. There's no reason to just give away prospects for nothing.
Fair. Have a profit of not profit, a percentage of next sale clause in.
Oh, that yeah. If they let me talk about it, that's probably a good idea, actually.
And lock it in there so you can't they can't get rid of it. I think we should have done that more often if for the players we sold.
I did. I included future sales in almost all of them because I knew that they're going to be worth way more where they're going. It's part of where I get so much money from is future sales that have happened over the past few years. Like I got just recently.
I learned my lesson.
I got just recently like 20-some million off of a player who was sold in the last transfer window.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
My lord.
Well, I got 40% of his next sale, not profit, just 40% of his next sale because that's what I do. Yeah, and
well, I learned my lesson for FM23. That's what I'll do as well.
Oh yeah. If you got players that you think are going to be sold for way less than their value, just put that in there, and at least hopefully if they get sold for more, you make money. But it's never a guarantee, is it?
No.
Again, transfer offers, but they're not coming through in my news feed. Okay, anyway, it's a bunch of teams trying to undercut him. I'm not selling him for this little, guys. Not going to happen. St. Pat's Athletic takeover rumors not to be believed. Takeover rumors?
At the end of the save.
The fact that even being mentioned means that it's a possibility, but I thought my chairman was still pretty locked in. Let's look.
Maybe he just wants to take his money and go.
This team is still making so much money. I can't imagine why anybody would. Where the hell is the chairman status? Owner status. Rumors of potential board takeover. Oh, it's the same board, so who cares? It's just the owner. I'm okay with that. Oh, so my options to replace Foy are Mark Moore. Shit. This is not going to be good. Basically, the options are a bunch of people who are not ready to play at that level in any way, shape, or form. Oh, that's my reality, I guess. Quran. No, I'm good with that. This is the team I'll put out. Well, at least I'm starting to get green lines between my backup 11.
That's good.
That is really good.
That's very positive to hear.
Yeah. Even my backup 11 has green lines. I had to play backup left back, so they're not connected, but everybody else is. That has been one of the main benefits to playing the same starting 11 and backup 11 together all the time. Is their familiarity. Makes a difference.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I win this next one against United, we're in the final. That's a good long time between the last few games and the Champions League final. And in that span of games, with some good luck, I can give enough playing time to my players to not be mad. Because right now they're starting to get mad. I'm not playing them enough because I'm using my backups on league games in between Champions League games. You would think real life players would understand this. You know, like, hey, the league is way less important.
Yeah, well, where's there a league in the world that it's like that? Where, like, I guess you could even just argue specific teams like PSG.
Yeah, I was going to say, PSG plays their backups a lot in league games right before Champions League games. And I don't think their players complain. Some Premier League teams do it.
City does.
Yep. Most teams prioritize the Champions League. It's just a fact. So playing backups or rotating heavily in games that are mere days before a Champions League fixture is pretty usual.
I wish FM would recognize that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it should, but it doesn't. They just get mad if they don't play every effing game. Like when Liverpool won the Champions League, not to the final last year, but the last time they won it, which was 3 years ago now or 4. Just before the semi-final, they sat up both Salah and Mane for league games just before the semi-final. And normal. But if I did that in my Liverpool save on this game, Salah would be like super mad because he's a star player, because he's got to play all the time. And it's so infuriating.
Andreu has scored 4 goals in 2 games, and all 4 goals were penalty kicks. Quite an impressive record, if you ask me.
It is.
Let's see if he can go for a 5th.
Why not?
For goal.
Let's play those guys because they all are not match fit. It's a chance
4 shots,
to run about.
4 shots on target, 1.6 xG. We are up 3-0.
Holy crap, this game. Seriously. Is my perfect season going to get ruined by Shelburne?
Halftime, I will go get my second snack.
And this is the most precarious spot for my team to be in because we're up 1-0 and we're outplaying our opponent. So if I demand more, my players get stressed. If I praise them, they get a little bit motivated, but I don't want to praise them for having 2 shots on goal through 85 minutes against Shelburne, and they just tied it up. Okay. Looks like my perfect season is going to be ruined by Shelburne.
That's never say never. You don't know that yet.
I said it looks like. At least now I can say
Okay.
demand more and it'll work. But holy
Yep.
shit. Yeah, well, we got 2 shots on goal this whole freaking game. And it's over. Got a draw against Shelburne.
Jeez. We're in the 53rd minute. I'm
Oh
gonna
my
go get
god.
my other
Why'd
snack.
that get so loud so
What
fast? You just got really, 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 really loud. It almost blasted my eardrums off. What happened?
is that better?
How much? Yeah, what happened?
I was getting ready to press the mute button.
Oh, okay. For some reason, you got really loud. Okay, yeah, see you in a few minutes. Oh, that was just disappointing because I'll get out. That's not a team that should be drawing in a league match. Oh well, perfect season's over. Wait, is he still playing his game? Oh yeah, okay. 60th minute. Andreu has another penalty goal. Juarez with 2. Well, that gives him a very real chance of catching me. Yeah, that'll put us tied for first with I have a game in hand. Shelburne, really? We were smashing teams really badly, and all of a sudden that happened. Unexpected. Bray beats Sligo. Walter Lights. He's doing rather well. Good passing. He's got a good XG, even though he hasn't scored until that game. This whole team is passing well. Holy shit, they don't have a single player under 80, except for their keeper. 82. And there's another 82. But aside from them,
All right. Got my snacks. We're up 6-0.
There's another one there. Jesus. Other than their keeper, Bray Wanderers doesn't have a single player on their entire roster with a passing percentage less than 82.
Less than 82. Wow.
82 is the lowest you can find on a player on their team that isn't a goalkeeper.
It's quite impressive. Maybe they should play from the back.
They just beat Sligo. But they are on par with us in their passing and player ratings. Yeah. Attributes wise, they're not on par with us. But
my game is over.
They're playing really, really well. Holy shit.
They're playing without a what?
So they're playing really, really well.
Oh, I thought you said with something.
No, they're playing really, really well. 269 games unbeaten. Had to get a draw in order to see that. Who is their manager? Keith Long of Ireland. He came from Sligo. What? So Bray hired Sligo's manager. So who's managing Sligo? Alan Nielsen came from Norwich. Okay, why not? Bray hired Sligo's manager away.
Wow.
Right? I wouldn't have expected that.
Maybe that's why they're doing so good.
I mean,
just because of him.
I mean, he helped Sligo get a lot better, so. Okay, I don't know what just happened there. Okay, there they are. There's my starting 11. Now, how many days? 3. Minus you. Training, rest, 3. Oh, God. Okay, now I actually have to face this reality. course, I don't have Kayud registered because he didn't come over before the transfer deadline stopped. Would have been perfect to have him. I guess Nathan Vale. So training, rest, 3. Yep, we're good. We are good. We are great, grand, terrific, wonderful, moderately magnificent.
City is going to win the Premier League.
That's a lot of superlatives. Yes, it is. Trying to cheer myself up after that horrific draw we just faced. I expect Jacob to ruin my perfect season, not some crappy team. And look at the standings. We're tied for first.
Maybe I can ruin your Maybe I can give you your first loss in a long time.
269 games. We're overdue. If I can,
I think that's an understatement.
Yeah, if I can draw against that team, I think anybody could beat us.
And you have a huge squad as well.
I do. And even my backup 11 is very, very good, so I was shocked to not get a result. We just couldn't get any shots on target. Okay, so once we play this game, we won't play the Champions League final until here-ish. So that's going to be a bunch of games, plus league games, plus I played Dundalk. God. Watch our game get rearranged to be the 2 days before the Champions League final again. That pissed me off when that happened.
The way to screw you over, right?
I mean, they did it last time. I had to play you, it was 3 days before Manchester United. And you injured one of my players, one of my backups. So I didn't have him on the bench for the final, but yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, no. It was a starter. It was Murphy, right? Because I had to sub him on because our game was so friggin' close. I had to sub Murphy on and he injured him, so I didn't have him for the final. That's what it was. I remember now. Yeah. My own fault for subbing him on, but I mean, I don't expect my players to get injured playing in a game like that. Okay. Team selection, good. Everyone's on medium, good. I feel like Nathan Vale's going to have to play on the bench. I mean, that bothers me a little bit. I didn't want to have
I still
to
think he'll be okay.
I just really hope I don't have to sub out my left back. Like if Zhukov can play the entire game, we'll be fine. Okay, well, we have a 2-goal lead, so let's take solace in that, save it, and go. Probably just saved it a minute ago. I'm obsessive about that. I've had so many crashes, I've learned my lesson. Go with the media one because it always makes them positive. And here we go. Leg 2. They've started a front 3 of New Gen and Rashford and Odegaard and Greenwood.
Odegaard. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, United have Odegaard. Zhukov almost made it 1-0. So my left back's getting involved in the shooting gallery already. So yeah, they're dominating possession again, which baffles me. How do they get so much possession out of that formation? Pisano? Dice squares it to Pisano. Oh, how did he save that? Because Superkeeper. And he saved that too. Okay. Why not?
That's their home, isn't it?
They're home. Yep. Yep. And right off the bat, their goalkeepers made a couple of impossible looking saves. Those are the words I'll use for that. Impossible looking. They clearly weren't, because he made them. Nice steal. Find a Zhukov. Oh, look at this passing. And of course he saved that. Holy crap, we just ticky-tack it around them in lightning quick fashion and got a great wide open net chance. And once again, there's their keeper diving across the net from one end to the other. Not happy with your performance. Well, I'm not. Beat United? I'm trying. They beat me in the final last year. I do have a 2-goal lead in this, but... Oh, there they are scoring. Of course, as soon as you say that. Now they are 1 goal behind, and we're getting shots, we're getting XG, we're doing everything but scoring. They just... I have moments where I swear that this game is coded to make sure United win more often. Yes, I have a 1-goal lead. I know I have a 1-goal lead. I am nervously aware of that fact. Pressured by the feedback. Holy shit. Holy shit. Pressured by the feedback. That's unbelievable.
Well, you're still up a goal right now, so...
Yeah, but I have to start planning for the worst. So Tommy Rooney's going in, because if penalties happen, I'm going to need him. My first substitution. We need a goal, but their goalie's just, like I said, they're having a super keeper at the moment. He's making impossible saves. Goalies shouldn't be able to jump from post to post in football, but he's done it in this game.
You had to specify that because I was going to go straight to hockey.
In this game, yeah, no, in hockey. In football, goalies shouldn't be able to go post to post to make a save. That's incomprehensible, but yet he's done it in this game. Okay, so I need to do this. Oh, I took Rundstrom off. That was the wrong guy to take off. Oh, well. So Ruiz for O'Connell? No, he's not actually better. Okay, that's fine. Guthrie for Mahon? No, he's not actually better either. Romero for Murphy. I gotta do that. I shouldn't have taken Rundstrom off. I have really good penalty takers. Holy shit. My team has improved a lot. Romero for Murphy. Oh. Romero's really, really, really not good enough to play in this game. This is something I need to do later. Nope. Canceling any changes there. I'm not making any more substitutes. Demand more.
10 minutes to go.
Demanded more, and they're pressured by the feedback. The fuck is up with that? Saving my substitutes for if there happens to be extra time. Because then I can put on 3. 3 fresh players would be... Oh, and they tied it.
Oh.
There it is. There's the tying goal. It's all level. Oh, they're checking it. But it counts. Of course it counts. It's United. Okay, now I demanded more, and they're pressured by the feedback. How are they... The leg... That makes no sense.
Could it be because they're playing away from home? Do you think?
It doesn't matter. It's never done this before. Like I've literally used that when we're losing the current leg, like the current game in every game I've ever played. The only time this ever seems to happen, and conspiracy theories galore, is when I'm playing United. It's the only time this ever seems to happen is when I'm playing them. Okay, saving it for extra time. That's what I said. And it's going to extra time. Far from pleased with what I've seen from this team. I subbed off the wrong player. That's stressing me out. Okay, so talk about our substitutions. We have 3 again. So I need to look at penalties. I need Ruiz to come on for sub 1. Guthrie's not better than Mahon. It's not better than Casareka. All my best penalty takers are out there. Ruiz and Guthrie for Murphy, and is he better than him? No, he's not even better than him. All right, so the only person I can sub on is Ruiz, and the only person I can sub off is Murphy, but Ruiz doesn't play right back. So if I make substitutions right now for tired players, I'm making my chances at winning penalties much, much lower.
Are you able to wait until the end of 90 minutes?
90 minutes?
Do you think or no?
90 minutes is long since passed, dude. We're in extra time.
It's showing 82 minutes on my game. I'm sorry.
Ah, that's weird. Yeah, no, we've long since gone into extra time.
Okay.
Not long since.
Okay.
92
so
minutes
my game
in.
is stopped. Sorry. I was wondering why it was taking so long to get to 90 because my game has stopped.
No, we're in extra time. I even said we're in extra time. Like I verbally said it. How do I? What would you do? I mean, I don't have any better penalty takers than the people that are playing.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Fuck it. Don't make changes. Let's go see if we can get a goal and avoid penalties entirely. Mm-hmm. But the only way to do that is if I can shout demand more, they don't get stressed out. Let's see. Oh, everybody's frustrated. Oh, no, everybody's good except for one. Only Pasevsky is frustrated by the feedback now. Everyone else is motivated. Okay, so extra time goes to 120, right?
Yep. 105 is halftime, 120 is full time.
120. So that's when I need to make a substitution, is just before 120. Demand more. So basically like 119. Here's a replay. I don't know who it's going to be for. We currently have the ball, but that doesn't mean they're not going to just counterattack on me at any second. Nope, they got the ball. Come on, get the ball back. It's going to be them. Yep, they've scored. All right, they're winning. I don't know what to do. Looks like we're getting knocked out in the semifinal. God, this game is so fucking biased. It's sickening. All right. Of course, Mulcahy set up the goal. At least they're playing him.
I'm sorry.
At least they're playing him. Oh, Rooney missed. Oh, we had a chance to tie it just then.
Oh.
He missed the net completely. I have no one else that can come on and make a difference. Everybody else is just prospects at this point.
Maybe a prospect can make the difference.
No.
You don't think so?
No. No, it'll just open up a chance for them to score on us, especially with their defensive prospects. No, this looks like it's about to be over, and yet we're out.
Well, you had a good run at it. It's unfortunate you got knocked out by the same team 2 years in a row.
I came into that with a
But
2-goal lead is the worst thing, and of course they're just so fucking biased. This game, it's so sickening sometimes.
Okay.
It's just because it's United.
Yep.
Oh well. Maybe they'll go on and win it 2 years in a row. You know, that's something the teams like to do is repeat as champions sometimes.
And it's very hard to do.
Well, we got lots
Very,
and lots.
very
We
hard.
got lots and lots of money, and we got to the semifinals.
How much should they give you?
Oh, 10.68 million for going to the semifinal. Plus, there'll be TV money at the end.
True.
It'll be a lot in the end. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We're like 300, almost 330 million our bank balance. And that,
Well,
to me, is where it all freaking stops.
you want to come back Monday and take a look at how we've done throughout the 11 years?
No, now I'm going to start doing this. Boom.
Do what?
Okay, so current abilities and potential abilities.
Oh, okay.
I was prepared. Holy shit. So my starting 11, the lowest current ability is Michael O'Connell at 158. Oh, no, Murphy's 154. Casareka's 153, but he's still young and we'll get to his potential, which is 158. Oof. Ryan Moran, 177. Wow. Rundstrom's potential ability is 188. I knew he still had some room left because he kept getting better. Duterte is as good as he's going to get. Pisano is basically as good as he's going to get.
Wait, so that's interesting. Rundstrom is a 188 potential, but he's 4.5 stars on your team.
Which means he's playing well.
Moran has...
means he's playing well.
Okay.
Yeah. Rundstrom's current ability. Yeah, I don't know. I guess you're right. Ryan Moran has 5 stars potential with a lower current potential ability. But that shows you that scouts are not right 100% of the time.
Interesting.
But also Moran is as good as he's going to get. He's 24 years old, and they're just trying to say he's filled out. He's 5 stars current and 5 stars potential. Like he is maxed.
So, can his attributes get any better than what they are now, or
no?
They won't. He won't increase at all.
So if I look at him, and here I've clicked him, stuff has to go down for other things to improve, and you can see that here.
Okay.
Some things are going down, so other things can improve. But no, that means he's at the cap of how good he can be. All right, so going through the list, like, look, Simon Grayson's at 150 current ability, and he's not even on my bench. 184 potential.
Damn.
Jovanovic had 186 potential. I didn't realize that, or I would have played him more. Like they showed me 3.5 gold stars with a couple with like a white star, so like it's possible. Guthrie's got 182.
But that's just scouts not being 100% accurate.
Exactly. Ivic has 176. See, I thought Ivic, based on this, was a better prospect than Guthrie, and he's not. He's actually 6 points lower. And then let's see down here. Coppola, the guy that wants off my team, has 172 potential ability. So yeah, you would have been smart to buy him.
So what's like a decent for number wise? What's a decent Premier League side?
Well,
in
150s.
terms of
150 is
okay.
filled with like, well, you know what? Let's just look at a Premier League side, and then you'll have an answer to your question. So a decent one. Here's Manchester City. If I go in here and I go onto this view, okay, so their goalkeeper is 140. Interesting. Oh wait, their goalkeeper's Ederson, 155. So look at this. They got
Wow.
170s, 180s, some 150s, and 160s. I am competitive with this team in terms of attributes.
Hmm.
Let's go look
Hmm.
at the team I just lost to, Manchester United, who was sixth in the Premier League. So they got 160s, 170s. You know, they got a 180 here. Yeah, they're about on par with me. The difference being their bench has 150s, 160s, 170s. Mine doesn't.
Yours doesn't.
Mulcahy had 145 current ability with 153 potential ability. So
Hmm.
he's pretty good, pretty decent. But let's look at your team for basis for comparison. Now remember, the worst player on my starting 11 is 153.
Okay.
And I still got guys who are in the 150s, not even on my bench. Your team, okay, you don't have your starting
Wow.
11 on here, but
Do you want me? I
I'll
had
sort
like
it.
backups left.
So your best players, 159. You have 6 players that are above 150. That's it.
Wow, that's not good.
So most of your top players wouldn't even make my bench.
Hmm. That is crazy. And I didn't. You kept saying that Steven Foose was going to be the one of the best players, and I didn't think he was the
And
best.
I also said his current ability was probably about 160.
Hmm.
Yeah.
But do that I do remember.
Yeah.
I don't have any players that have 180 potential.
Nope. Let's see.
I have
Volpini is
177.
172 right here.
Garcia,
174
the
right
right
here.
back.
Garcia's got a 177. He's 21. He would need to play a lot to reach it. Actually, 21, 111. He's got 60 points to make up in 4 years. No, he won't. He won't reach his potential.
Hmm.
No chance.
Okay.
He's only got 4 years to get 66 points. That won't happen.
Do you need the in-game editor to have this
Yes.
ability and pitch?
Yes.
You do. Okay.
Yes. 176. Blanc has 176. That guy, I knew that was a nice pickup when you signed him. I'm like, huh, he's got a really good potential. And wow, does he ever? 176. He's only 18, so he could make that. Got
Yeah. What
69
about
points.
All right. So they had the goalkeeper, the Alexis, the Greek guy. I'm trying to. I'm looking at your screen, trying to think of who else.
Yeah, the Greek guy had
Perry
174
Keane.
potential. Wow.
Perry Keane, my scout said was going to be a lot better than 156. At least I thought,
And there it
because
is.
they
Yeah.
said he was going to be very good.
156 is good for a center back. It is. Yeah, center
It
backs
is?
are always lower rated than forwards in this game. So if you were to sort the entire database of players by current abilities, there's almost no center backs at the top. And the reason they do this is because it makes sure that there's going to be enough scoring in the game. If defenders were always
Oh.
ranked a lot higher than attackers, there wouldn't be
Mhm.
enough scoring in the game. So yeah, getting a defender who's in the 160s, 170s is not only unheard of, but extremely rare. So,
Wow.
you know, I've got Mahon at 161. That's my top center back, 161. So in terms of
Mhm.
my team, he's my 8th best player, but that's my top center back. But then I start to look,
Wow.
you know, Casareka, look at this guy. He's way the hell down here, and that's my other top center back. So center backs are not generally your best players. Like my top player is a left back. I always said Zukov is my best player. He actually is. He's 5 points better than Moran. Duterre's 174. In my heart, Duterte was a 180 plus player, but realistically, 174 is still a very good striker. But there's going to be a lot of better ones in the game. Better. See, look, Tommy Rooney's only 149, but he
Jeez.
scores like mad. You know,
He does.
sometimes the ratings aren't everything. But look, yeah, Simon Grayson at 184 potential. But that's what I'm saying. Guthrie had 182 potential ability as a center back.
Wow.
It's a pretty good chance he was going to be the best center back in this game.
Where did you get him from?
Who did I steal him from? Rangers. Yeah, that's what I said too. I remember I was buying him off of a Scottish team, and I'm like, an English defender on a Scottish team with that much potential. I'm getting him before the English teams get a whiff of him. Even Ivic, who was my other big prospect that I held on to, had 176. He would have been one of the top center backs in the game too if you made it all the way.
Hmm.
Nathan Vale only had a 141. See, and I thought that was higher. De Silva, 159. I thought he was higher in potential. I mean, Dusan had
What about some of the
186.
other Irish teams?
Okay, good,
Like-
good. Yeah, let's do this. Bray Wanderers is the team right now that's 130s, 120s, and 130s is their top players.
Okay.
130s is good though. You know, like they're not bad. These are players that would play on some of these four players here would probably play on a freshly promoted English Premier League team.
Okay.
Niall Connor at 25, yeah, 134. Yeah, this guy could play. He's a right back, and right backs at 134 play in the English Premier League a lot. Wing backs are hard to get guys over 150. Really hard. So that's why I say when I have a left back at 182, it's unheard of.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
What about Sligo?
Okay, Sligo. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Sligo Rovers is going to be similar, I think. Yeah, they got 130s and 120s. Salafu and Richardson are their top player. Oh, Richardson was that good? Maybe I shouldn't have shifted him over. He wasn't playing this good. He plays better for them, I guess. Salafu, who they also bought from me, those mother effers, is their top player. 152. Although, again, I had better central defender prospects, so that's why I didn't mind selling him. Because I recognized he didn't have the same potential as my other. Like, I had a ton of center backs that I sold.
Mm-hmm.
Now, here's a good one. Let's look at the national team. Let's check out the national team. There's our national team. So, yes, Ryan Moran was our best player. Hugh Mahon, Michael O'Connell. Those are all three on my team. Gareth O'Driscoll, who is now playing for Manchester City but is on loan at Leeds, was the next best player. He had improved this much, and I didn't have him in the starting 11. Oh, wait. This isn't the starting 11. Yes, he's in the starting 11. There we go. Kevin Murphy. Murphy Casareka. Look how far this falls off. Like the 150s already. Josh Ryan, Andrew Moran, Tommy Rooney.
Big drop off too. Wow.
Yeah, and then you get down to here. Like this guy's a starter at 144. This guy's a starter at 141. And this is the team I won with. It's more surprising now when you look at this.
That's fantastic. Let's take a look at like England and Spain too, because you played Spain in the run-in, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I remember correctly.
Yeah. Okay.
And obviously England's going to be overpowered in this game.
Not necessarily. I look, they're in the same division, England and Spain. So this is what England would look like. Look at that.
190? Is that real?
No,
180.
It's 180. Harvey Elliott's 180. Then 170s down to here. Oh, fuck. Sorry. 170s down to here. 160s all the way down to here. This is not a team we should have beat. 150s all the way down to here.
Wow.
I don't know how we beat these guys. Look, Guthrie's on the team. Look at him. Go, Marcus Guthrie. He was going to be my next huge thing. I was starting to think about how I was going to get rid of Casareka for him.
Before you go there, go to Sweden then, because that's who we beat in the final.
I will.
Right?
Yep, I'm going to check Sweden in a minute. I'm going to show you that they shouldn't have been there either. Because I go through these players, like I click on him, I look over his attributes that are highlighted, advanced playmaker, and I would factor this guy to be anywhere between 178 to 184. Looking at him, and look, he's 180. So I'm right in the ballpark. Anyway, so here's Spain, 180s, 170s, 160s, 150, all the way down to the bottom. They have nothing but world-class players. That's all they have is world-class players on Spain. Even they have better overall players than England. Although England is actually not always one of the top rated. So yeah, and for perspective, let's just once again look at this team that I won the World Cup with. Those guys would be at the bottom of Spain's squad.
That's so crazy.
Ryan Moran basically won that tournament for us by himself. Look at this. 23 goals for him. You get one player like that, and the rest of the team is solid, but not spectacular. That's what they are. Okay, so Sweden.
Yes.
So here's Max Renstrom at 169 with a 188 potential. After that, there is not a single player over 150.
So then how did they make it into the World Cup final?
I don't know. That's what I said when I played them. I'm like, this is not a team you would ever expect to see there. They just had to play well. They played off the hook. Like, look, one of their starting center backs is 109 current ability at 34 years old.
He shouldn't be playing. Now, would he be good in the championship side?
No, 109 is League One, League Two.
League One?
Yeah, League One, League Two teams have 109 overall players. If that's the comparison you want, let me show you. Okay, you know what? Let's start with League Two. Here's the league table. Crawley, best team. All right. 109. He'd be on this team. 110. 100s on a League Two team. So you go up to League One, which apparently they haven't finished their thing. Coventry is going to have a couple of players in the 120s, some teens, all the way down, and this is a solid side for League One.
Yeah.
They're going to be competitive in the championship. They'll probably stay up with that team. But you start looking at the championship, and here's where things get really dicey. Here's Shrewsbury. These guys stayed alive, okay? Here's a team that stayed alive. You can see now that this team is worse than the League One team we just said, and I said they'll stay up. Well, they're better than this team that stayed up, so I'm probably going to be right if they play to their potential, right? But then you start to look at the top teams in the championship, and you're just like, oh my God, look at the difference between them and the teams at the bottom.
Wow.
I've tried to say the biggest gulf in difference is the top half of the championship and the bottom half of the championship. It is exponential. It's almost more than the top half of Premier League, bottom half Premier League. But this team had 3 players in the 150s that should all be playing in the Premier League. Actually, arguably, almost everybody from here up should be in the English Premier League. Some of these guys are,
But it's like you're absolutely right with that. People say that the championship is the hardest league ever, and with that huge gap of potential of current ability, it's hard, for these sides that are like good League One quality to their foot in the championship.
Yeah, here's Portsmouth, another team that just barely survived. They have 6 players in the 120s and lots of players in the teens. But you compare that to even Stoke, who finished second, and look at that. They're all 130s, all 120s, all the way down to the bottom.
And they still have potential to go to as well.
Well, and they've been promoted. But honestly, if I'm looking at this team, this is not a team that will survive. They need to improve some of this depth. Their top players will do okay. I think like from these 5 players right here, if they keep them, this guy's on loan, so probably not. But if they keep them in the Premier League, they'll do okay. So now talking of Premier League, we saw a top team. Here's Liverpool. 198. Moukoko is at 198.
Well, he is also a phenom as well.
Ulas is at 180. Barba's 180. Look at these 180s, 170s, 160s, all the way to the bottom. They got 150 down to here, and then they got some of these aging out players, which I don't know why they have them.
It's disgusting how good that team is.
So let's look at a team that barely survived. Fulham. 140s. 130s. These guys probably should have done better than just barely surviving. They played badly. Let's take the team above them. Crystal Palace. Okay. They've only got 140s down to here instead of Fulham played badly to finish where they did. 130s all the way down to here. This is a solid team. Like I said, 130s and 140s are good for teams. This hasn't been decided yet, the relegation race, obviously. But here's Sheffield United. 140s, 130s. They're in the thick of it. Leeds.
Look a good side.
Leeds has a couple. Oh, look. Leeds. Honestly, look at that. Leeds should be not getting relegated, but they are. I think arguably this team is better than some of the ones ahead of them, just based on their current ability, of course. I'd have to look at their tactic and what their actual attributes are. But on raw numbers alone, they shouldn't be a relegated side, and they are. West Brom is a relegated side. Again, they've got good depth. It's surprising. But this is a team that's going to end up in the championship, right? And that's why you see those top teams in the championship are constantly good. So here's Spurs. Look, they're in 13th. They've clinched Euro Cup. They probably won a cup.
Yeah, probably like the the League Cup.
Musialowski, that's a prospect from Liverpool they signed. He got up to 160. Good for him. But yeah, they've only got a few 150-ish players. They've got 140s all the way down to here. So they got good depth, but star quality, they have very little. Sean Whitfield. He's on the national team. Oh yeah, that's right, because Tottenham poached him from Sligo. Well, he doesn't even play. That's a shame. If he's 25 and he just turned 25. If he had played more when Tottenham bought him, he probably would have made his potential, but he didn't.
So that 151 is always going to stay there until he retires?
Yep. Potential ability never changes, ever. Only current ability.
Okay.
But this is probably as high. I mean, he might eke out another point or two in current ability because 25 isn't over the hill, but he's not going to improve much.
My question is, if he becomes 26 or 27, there's absolutely no chance of him improving his current ability?
That's right. They'll just start reshuffling attributes around. If anything improves, something else has to get worse. That's how it works. Okay. Yeah. Chelsea. Look at this. This is a team that's sitting outside the cup places. Yeah, it puts it into perspective.
Good team too.
Yeah, it really puts it into perspective when you
this is
looking under the hood.
Right now. It's the first time I'm looking at potential and current abilities at all in a game. Yeah. I don't normally like to do that. It
changes. No, I don't like doing it either. It changes how you look at things once you start to understand it, though. Here's Juventus, the team that I beat. Okay, so they got Delight 84, 184. That's really good. Wow. Lots of 160s. Yeah, that's like one of the best in the world. Lots of 160s, lots of 150s. This is a solid ass team. Really solid. So you look at mine, we're comparable. I go back and forth like that. Very comparable. Like even 154, 156. 160s down to here. Yep, same with them. 180 player at the top. Yep. But I have a couple 170 players, and they don't. But yeah, in terms of my squad and their squad, my team is very comparable with Juventus. But once you start to get to here with them, they have nothing below that. And that's where my depth kind of kicks in, and I have a bunch more 120s players.
But yeah, that doesn't. It allows you to be able to rest your players easier as well.
In league. More effectively. Exactly. Because, I mean, this basically from like...
Hold on 1 second, Ty. Sorry, that was my mom. Go ahead.
Yeah, so basically, even from here down, from Coyote, who you loaned to me, was 145. It's as good as he's going to get at 22. That's funny. Even this batch of players here, which is way below my team. This is kind of like the players I've been. So here's my backup 11. If I was to put this into, those are my backups. These are the guys that don't play all the time. And that team is competitive, obviously, against... This is Bray Wanderers.
No, you should just demolish them.
And I do. Most of the time. So yeah, when a team like that gets like... Who did I draw with recently? Shelburne? That team, right there, got a draw off me. They don't have a single player that would be on my first team, even at the bottom.
That's just football sometimes.
Yeah, it is. And that's what makes it extra funny. Like, I expect you to eke a draw to me once in a while because you have a solid tactic. Like, if you look at your team, in terms of current abilities, the types of players that you have, although this is not your team at its peak. Let's make you sad. 159 is your top player. Okay, let's play. What happens if Jacob got to keep his players? Alessandro, 167. You already saw Driscoll. Jurgen Brouwer, 173. He's up to now, and he's got 180 potential, and he's only 22. Oh, that hurts. That stings even more once you know that. You sold me Romero, who's at 159 with 176 potential, but he's 25. He's done getting better. So there is that. Your internet went furry? Sorry, we're doing the look under the hood thing because I got knocked out of the Champions League. So, yeah, Jurgen Brouwer is going to hit 180. And you lost him.
So heartbreaking.
I know. So, Owen Deans, okay, you saw him on the national team, but you sold him. He was at 139, and he hit that a long time ago.
How about excuse me, like Vickers Carrington, who I bought in earlier on. It was a loan, so you'd
Yep,
see him on the left hand side.
I know. Yep,
Oh,
absolutely. I'll look into
oh,
that. So Joey Karan, you sold to me, has 153 potential, but I'm not playing him enough to ever hit it. Dominic Borgman, that's another guy you sold. Oh, 146. It's not a loss. I don't know. Yeah, those two players alone, though, the ones that we just talked about. Oh, Pisano. Right. What did he end up at? 169 with 172 potential, and he's 23. So he'll hit that 172. If he'd stayed on you, like I'm saying, if we'd kept every good player. Oh, Sturback. We cannot forget you lost Sturback. He's 23 years old right now. 154 overall with 163 potential.
Okay. As a defender, that's pretty good.
That's amazing. That's another 160-ish player. But if you had all these guys together, you would be much more competitive against me and winning rounds in the Champions League. That's the difference. Vickers Carrington, that's a good one. When did you bring him in, though? Oh, way back here. Okay, so he's on Arsenal. 160, even ability and potential.
Okay. That's still pretty good, though, I would say.
Really, really good. Really good.
Especially for that early on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm trying to think who else.
Yeah, really good players. What's good? Well, we're just finishing our save here. We're at the end. We are just looking at players that we wondered how they were, and then we're going to switch to 23
after
next
11
week.
years.
After 11 years in this year, we're looking at our players' current abilities and potentials because we got curious what they were. There's some surprising things on here, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, that's his team right there. It's one of the best in the world. Yeah. I'd argue.
So yours is looking like that. So if you had kept those other four players, the 160s, 170s, it would look so much different. It's a shame the board made you sell them.
But that just shows that I need to be better with my finances from 23.
Yeah.
Like a lot better. I can't put myself in situations where the board forces my hand and sells those good players.
Right. Dakovic. Like, I thought this guy was better than this. Didn't you?
Yeah, it did.
135. He's not terrible. He's only got a 141 ability potential. I thought he was better than that. I scouted him a couple of times and thought he had a much higher upside than that.
It's good. Well, I played him a lot.
It's a good player. Wow.
Not this year, I guess, but
Ryan 146. That's pretty good for the Irish team, national team. But yeah, he's a solid defender even at 139. But yeah, this is a team right here that if I managed this team, I could probably win the Europa League with this team. I think you could too. You just got really unlucky a couple times.
Yeah.
I mean, I only won one Champions League with this squad, so I also didn't do as well as I probably could have. But you saw United. You saw how stacked United was compared to my team, and that's sickening. I can only do so much. I can only develop these players down here to try to catch up to them. But yeah, if you look at Sime Grayson, Guthrie, if I had Guthrie and Ivic, 176, 182, if those were my two center backs in 4 or 5 years' time, I'd be beating United. Jovanovic, 186. I mean, I didn't know he was that high, or I would have played him more. But if you put the team together like so, look at that.
Jeez. If everyone hits their
potential, this team would be off the hook. But some of those players I didn't even know had that high potential. What's my FM23 beta save? Well, I'm playing as Liverpool just for fun. Jacob was playing as City. But I also started broadcasting a journeyman where I'm playing like Div 2 Wales. So far, it's pretty hard.
That's not, it's gonna be fun to see how you kick on with your save. I'm really curious to see how it goes.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, the national team. This is not a World Cup winning team,
Can you look at the USA
and yet
team?
we did it. Oh yeah. Let's look at USA. Like I always try to tell you, like I think you really overrate them. Sorry.
I have to.
Oh wait, USA is not going to be the European Football Championship. What am I doing? Good Lord, man. I need
Right-hand side.
competitions, cups, World Cup, stages. Oh, it's not even on there.
Go back to last season's because they were in it.
Bam. Yeah, no.
Wow.
Their best player is your best player. Yeah, your best player is their best player.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Can you run down their other national teams? I wonder if they have anyone in the pipeline.
I mean, here's the thing.
Because that's a
Pulisic at one point would have been pretty close to this potential, I think. So he would have been their
yeah.
best player at one point. I think
It looks like
Aronson would
he's
have been better.
retiring.
Yeah, he is. Aronson probably would have been a little better. Maybe not, though. He's only 31. Maybe that's as good as he got.
Huh.
See, this guy, I think probably, let's look,
That's-
probably suffered from, playing on teams where they didn't use him. Probably sat on Salzburg bench. Like, look at this. It looks like he was used really sparingly. Even when he got to Brentford, he didn't play as a starter. So that guy probably could have been way better. If you were to go back the 11 years we played, he'd be 20 years old. And play him more, I bet you this guy would have been a star.
Yeah, people in real life are think he's going to be a really good star, especially since he's at Leeds now and playing every game.
Yeah, but it looks like he ended up going to Salzburg and sitting on their bench most of the time. That sucks. So who else did you want to see? I'm sorry, I missed the last one you said.
Well, I was just going to say run down the USA's youth teams to see if there was like any wonder kids or anything.
Oh, sorry.
No worries.
I can do that. Does I actually have to put it on there?
You might have to do that for each one. That's silly.
That guy's 21, 74 points away, and got a 7 determination. He'll never make that. Not in a million years. This guy is 19 with a 20 determination. He'll probably get up to 158, so that's another solid player.
That's good.
And that's all garbage. That's all garbage. And that's all garbage.
Oh, yikes.
So no, yeah, USA is always really, like I said, you've always kind of overrated them in terms of how they're rated in Football Manager. Anyway, and that's why I say you do enough years of the research and you see these, see the database inside of the database. I pretty much spend half my year staring at that shit. I know what players' overalls are just by looking at their attributes. And the USA is always one of those ones I'm like, how are these guys even competitive? I don't understand it.
Trust me, we Americans think that as well.
But it's not like looking at Canada. Hold on, this one really gets you. Like, let's even I know this isn't the current team, but this is the Canadian national team, and this is about on par with how they would look when you load it up. No, these guys made the World Cup. That's like how?
Not the greatest.
No, they're terrible. They wouldn't even compete in League Two. I don't know what the national team would actually look like, because I know that we have what's his name, Alphonso Davies, and he's like 170-ish, I think, in current ability. So he's like way too good to be on the Canadian national team.
Although he did commit to Canada. I thought he was eligible for another nation. I don't remember which.
Honestly, that'd be surprising to hear, because if he could play for anyone else, he should.
Well, you know what? There's a very good video by the YouTuber HITC7s who does like a bunch of football content, like 30-minute videos, and he basically goes on and does a mini video about how Canada has done so well this World Cup cycle,
Hmm.
and he says a lot of that comes down to their head coach, who was just like a tactical genius, I guess, and it wasn't afraid to like try new things and like push forward against stronger opponents,
Hmm.
and using Alfonso Davies as one of the main people in that attacking threat from the wingback position. I'm sorry, from the left midfield position. He plays a little further up. Um, yeah, it's a cool. I should probably send you the link to check it
Sure,
out. I
I'll
think it's
watch
a
it.
very really good video.
I'll check it out. Absolutely. So let me give you some perspective on how we started. Here's Shamrock
Uh-huh,
Rovers. This is similar
uh-huh,
to the type of ratings they had at the beginning. This was the best team in the league at one point.
hmm.
They would have looked something like this. My first season, this was my top prospect because I got him from
Wow.
Liverpool. So this would have been one of my best players in the first season. It's Jarrell Kwanzaa. This is how good he is. This was your big superstar player in your first youth intake. And then I bought him from you. And then I sold him to Bray Wander or loaned him to Bray Wanderers. And then Shamrock bought him from me. But there's your arch nemesis, Roy Jorge.
Wow.
Jamaican squad be
All
insane
he
if they
does is
didn't
score.
switch nationality. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. But yeah, this is your arch nemesis. This was one of our biggest young up and comers in the first season. This was in your first youth intake. Was Roy Jorge, and I was excited about him, and I bought him from you because you didn't think he'd be that good, and well, at the time
Oh,
he was, but this is it,
yeah.
and this is one of the best players in our league that isn't on our teams. But then you put it into perspective that Bray looks like this now,
It's not better. Wow.
and
Yeah, you're right.
Sligo looks like this now. These guys were starting to actually get competitive. Those are
Hmm.
teams that would, like,
It.
you look at it, they could almost compete in the championship.
Hmm. And like you said, it takes a long time for the AI to catch up on that.
Yeah, that's what's sad about it. Even Galway improved a little. Oh yeah, they got players in the hundreds now. Like that, a little while back, it would have been unthinkable for Galway to have players that were over 100 current ability. They got a handful of them, so good for them. So our league's improving. Like here's Waterford; they don't have a single player over 100. Our
They
league's
probably.
improving. Well, here's what this is exactly 100. Like our reputation has improved enough that the teams in it have started to get a little better. Yeah.
Yeah. I
Shelburne
wonder
has a
if we
couple.
would, because our reputation is on par with the championship. I wonder if we played a couple more seasons, got that up a little bit more.
We would surpass them. We
Um,
would. Looking at this,
well,
because we
just
have these
going
our
through.
two teams to prop it up, though. Like your Premier League side, your team would be solidly competing mid-table, even with your tactic, pushing for a
Mhm,
European place in the English Premier League.
hmm,
I'd be pushing to make the
win
top.
the league every year.
Well, I'd be thereabouts. I think I could make it top four with this team. Yeah, I think I could finish top four with this team, and that's what matters, right? It's being in the top four.
In England, yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
But for us, it didn't even matter. Well, I had to play some qualifying matches, but still,
Mm-hmm.
we did decent. I would say, well, you did very well in Europe. At the end of the day, you've
Right.
gone to what, three finals? Was it
Yep.
one at once,
Mm-hmm.
and routinely got late on. Yeah, we did it was 11 seasons that we did. We were on our
Yeah.
12th
Build a
season,
nation.
I think.
Yeah, we did a build a nation. So I guess one of the other things we want to see then, since we're talking about the nation, is what did our youth rating end up at? Because this is the whole reason I even had the fucking editor on here, so we could see. Youth rating ended up at 141.
Compare that to England.
Yeah, that's what I was about to do. You read my mind. It's like now let's
Great
compare
minds
that,
think alike.
and fools seldom differ. So England ended up at
And it
139
started, so we finished ahead of England.
in terms of
I
youth
can't
rating. Yeah,
complain about that.
yeah. I mean, a nation's youth rating isn't the be all and end all. It's
Of
just,
course.
the teams individually still have to have good youth academies and facilities and everything else. But yeah, that's good. We finished ahead of them. England actually has a
Awesome.
comparatively low youth rating in the game. So yeah, no, Tricker. That's what we'll call you. It's simple enough. We learned a lot of things on this save. Namely, you need more than two teams to build a nation up properly, because two teams isn't going to make enough points, unfortunately, and the AI isn't good enough to keep up either. We got ourselves up to seventh in the coefficient. Our top was sixth, although look, Jacob, we're only a point behind Scotland now. Damn.
Oh,
Yeah. Anyway,
and Rangers is still in.
yeah. So they're going to get more points. But yeah, we sixth was our top. And what that means for qualification places was at one point we had two group stage teams in the Champions League and one in the league path, so three. That's amazing. But we only had that for a single season before Scotland overtook us. But we have learned mathematically that two teams, even if he and I went into the Champions League final and played against each other every year, we still couldn't get higher than fifth. And that's only if France won 0 rounds.
You wanna know what's interesting? How much of a big difference that sixth and seventh place make? Because that sixth place gets potentially three teams in the group stage,
Yeah.
whereas seventh you only get two.
Yep.
Um, and then if you can move up to fifth, where France is, you get two teams in the Europa League group stage. So you're
Yep.
guaranteed five teams
Yep.
in the top two European competitions. So that's going to
That's
keep
right.
your points up a lot.
Yeah, and that's what it is. More teams
So
get in, rounds get won, and they gain points because of the amounts of rounds that they're winning. And that's how the points are
yeah,
factored here. So you get to the top, you got 4 in the group stage, 2 in the Euro Cup, and 1 in the Euro Cup too. They just go straight in. So that's 7 teams straight in
mhm.
all the time. And that's the top 4 places, right? Like catching
So they're
them, yeah, can't be done.
always going to be getting points.
Can't be done. So we need more than 2 competitive teams in a nation like Ireland in order to ever get up there. And we just
Or if you're
couldn't
by
do it.
yourself, you have to play for like 30 years.
Even then, playing by yourself means you're
Yeah.
the only one winning. The AI needs to catch up in terms of improving,
Yeah.
because where we faltered, the biggest thing that screwed us up is the division. Our reputation
Yeah.
didn't rise accordingly with our successes. I won the Champions League,
So,
and our
y-
division's reputation barely went up. Like right now, we're only
so,
16th. We're only considered as good as Austria or the Czech Republic.
so if you click hours again and show hour, no, go back.
Mhm.
If you see how it's a straight line at the bottom? If you hover over that, you might be able to see the numbers. Yeah, like 21st. So, so we did rise up pretty well. Like that first year was 47th, and we got it up to 16th in a matter of what, 5 seasons. That's really good, but it's not good enough that the AI can
No, improve their
start
teams. Yeah.
improving their team. So we probably have to get that to like within the top seven.
So let's look at it. Czech First Division. Sparta Prague,
Mhm.
even though they're not playable, might have some real players. Yeah. Okay, but they're only 120s. Right. This is who we're compared to. Austria, again, not playable, but let's just take their 140, 131 teams. They think we're only as good as them. That's their top teams, and our top 2 teams are so much better than theirs. Here's Denmark, where we would be playing our FM23 save together. Their top team is 130, 120s, most of the way down. Not bad, but a team like this would finish third in our division every time.
Easily.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But our division is considered only as good as theirs, even though we have 2 teams that would play in the English Premier League and probably be very, very competitive. This is the best they'll give us. We cannot push it higher than this. This is the peak we've gotten to,
It's-
and the division, and because of that, our players have shit values. If you go and you look at prices, they're worth. Like, look, Zhukov, 182 current ability is worth 6.6 million at peak. This player would be 200 plus million on any other team, any other big team.
Yeah. And he wouldn't want to leave.
Exactly. Ryan Moran at 177 is worth 5.6 million because of the division we play in.
Just horrible to think.
Now, why?
And
And then
even
Pisano down here is worth 9 million. He's worth more than the top guys, and he's fifth. So yeah, our biggest
um
bottleneck was the division.
and tell them how like you would spend a boatload of money to get these players, and then within
Oh
a
yeah.
month their values just drop.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. What did I pay for Zukov for perspective? I paid 40 million for him from Liverpool many seasons ago. So I paid 40 million for him before he was even developed, but I knew he was going to be good,
Oh,
obviously. Now he's worth 6.6. You know what? Let's just look at my transfers and I can kind of give you a better idea of exactly money spent for value. So Colbert Duterte, I paid 40 million for. He's worth 5.6. I mean, granted, I didn't spend a lot of money on players. I got them before they were really well developed. Simon Grayson, I spent 33 million on. He's an up and comer. He's worth 3.8. They're worth like a 10% of their values, more or less. Nicholas Vial, good up and comer. I paid 25.5 million for him. He's worth 4.9. I paid 108 million for Carlos Romero. He's still got a little bit of value. He's down to 77 after 3 months. Jovanovic, I paid 56 million for. He's down to 20 million after just half a season. So yeah, like, I mean, we have the money. That's not a problem. Our team, had endless amounts of transfer budget. So sometimes I would use it and sign some good young players, up and comers. Like this guy's not even reached his potential, but he has a high potential. So yeah, that's where we hit a wall. Is our division's reputation would not increase with our success, not fast enough for the AI
it was
teams
very
to,
hard to
yeah.
climb that wall.
And if our division reputation went up, the AI would have been able to sign better players and they would have become competitive, and that might have given us a shot at moving up. But because the AI is the AI and not us, yeah, so we would need, and I think I figured it out when we talked about it before, we would need at least 4 human players in a division like Ireland in order to get into the top 4 places.
Now, try finding 4 human players that will play twice a week at the same
Consistently.
time for an
Yes,
entire year.
exactly. And
It
that's,
doesn't happen.
it doesn't. So I mean, realistically, our build a nation, and that's why we chose Denmark for FM23, is it's already
They
got some
have better.
established teams.
Yeah, so like the FC Copenhagen, if we start to improve our teams, we can have 3 teams in the Champions League.
Yes, we're doing the same thing
Consistently.
on
Yeah,
FM23, but we're going to do it in Denmark.
same times, Mondays and Wednesdays, 9 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah. Yep. And then on Fridays, I'm playing a couple of different saves depending on who's available. But yeah, I have my journeyman on Fridays, and I'm going to be playing one in France with my wife, who is from France. So that'll be fun.
That's gonna be fun to watch.
Yeah, we'll have a good time. We're going to be doing quick save though. Like we're going to be doing primarily instant results just to see how fast and far we can go. Just because we,
So why not do touch? FM touch.
because FM Touch doesn't exist anymore, dude.
Oh, it doesn't?
No, FM
I
Touch
did
is,
not know that.
FM Touch has been gone for a
Um,
couple of years, or we would have. No, but
I'm so sorry.
a couple of people have asked me since Touch went away, what are we going to do? I can't play the full game. I said I will teach you how to play FM Fat Full as fast as FM Touch. So that's what we're going to be doing on Fridays when we do our game, is showing those people how to do that.
Nice.
Yeah, because you can make.
Always helping them out. I love it.
Well,
Love to hear it.
it's my primary motivation for doing this, right? It's why I started. So yeah, I'm gonna do a save where I can show those people who requested it how to play this game much faster if they really want to, like touch style. It's not quite as fast as
Nice.
touch, but it's not bad. So yeah, it'll be really, really good to get that done. Hey, thanks for that follow, man. You know, tactics wise, I mean, what else did we want to see? There was other things we wanted to look at. Yeah, and I'm going to be playing a game with. I'm going to be playing a game after hours with Drop Bear a whole bunch and help him get really good at it. You're doing great, actually. You've been posting some good results.
all he has to do, all for that you have to do is hit the continue button or sim button.
Mhm.
I don't know what else did we want to see? Because we looked at all the top teams. We looked at
This is funny. This is the guy you wanted to cut. He's not bad,
eh,
but he pissed you off. I understand.
you pissed me off. You get your contract extension and you drop to the U19s.
Well, I salvaged him on loan because I badly needed a center back. He only made 5 appearances off the bench.
So you didn't necessarily need him.
No, no, not necessarily. I wish, like, I know that we can look at former standings, and I like looking at how many freaking undefeated seasons I've had. It's crazy, and one perfect season, which I've never had before till then. But I wish I could look at old teams, like click Sligo Rovers, and they show us what players they had that year, but you can't.
What about their best 11 of the year? Can you do that?
No, I don't think so.
Go to Sligo. Go to history. Best 11. Fourth from the bottom.
Yeah.
That's all it's gonna give you.
Okay. This guy's 31 now. 77 overall. Was their best striker on Sligo the first season.
Wow.
And he had 24 goals. Let's see. This guy.
Jeez.
Oh, I can't even click him. He's retired. He's retired. Most of their players are retired.
Probably.
Okay, Sligo may not have been the best one to choose. Shamrock Rovers. That's who we need to do this with. Because at the start, at least, they're like the best team. So prior to Roy Horahan, who they've had a long time, holy shit. Okay, so here's their second season, when their top striker was this guy they got out of their academy named Tommy Rooney, who plays for me now and is my top scorer of all time. All right, so their best scorer was Richie Towell. He had 19 goals in the very first season. Richie Towell is 40 years old now, and he's a manager, so we can't see what he was rated as a player. He's managing Longford. Good for him. Maybe Graham Burke? No, he's a scout. Okay, yeah, I gotta find somebody who's still a player. It's hard to do. Oh, Dylan Watts. Okay, so Dylan Watts was a decent midfielder for Shamrock Rovers in the first season. He's 35 years old now, so let's just assume he hit his potential, which was 116 at the time. He's 65 overall now.
Yeah.
So the best player in the and he wasn't the best player in the league. That he was only a 6.91 rating, so he probably didn't hit his potential.
Look at that goalie with one appearance in the best 11. Love it.
That's a little bit flawed, isn't it?
Yeah. A tad.
Here's their second season. Third season, we know Tommy Rooney still plays. He's on my team. He's my all-time leading scorer.
Easy.
Yeah, but he came out of their academy. He started playing for them a bunch, and I was like, 950,000 at the time was an exorbitant sum of money for my team.
It was worth it.
Oh yeah, yeah. He scored a lot for me. He still does. He's only 27. It's not like he's past it. It's still very good. So let's see. Is this guy still playing? No. How about this guy, Ryan Delaney, still playing? 116 was his roof. 86 overall now at 35 is actually pretty good for 35 years old. He's playing at Preston.
Okay.
And he was on Shamrock in their third season when they were still very competitive. Although by then we were winning everything. This goalkeeper still playing. 85 was 113 potential. So you can see the best team in our division at one point really wasn't that great. Victor Mararu. And you bought him.
I had him. Yeah.
For a few seasons before he got sold on. And let's see. He's 122. His potential was 122. He hit his potential. So you paid.
Well, at least I know how to do my training.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean that was a star player back then. Like this was the kind of player that you paid $1.5 million for.
Mm-hmm.
And now you look at the team we've got now, and it's like this is night and day.
Oh, absolutely.
I said Larkin was around 170 overall. That was close. 169.
Nice.
Some of them I was wrong. I thought Pasevsky was a little higher. I said 175. He's actually 168, but he plays like he's at least 190, so whatever.
In your heart.
Well, I mean, you look at the number of goals and assists he has every year. Plus, he's the captain of my team. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
he's really good.
18 on corners, my lord.
Yeah, like this is just league. Look at his goals and assists. That's nothing but league. Got 25 assists this year, sandwiched between 20 and 21 assists just in the league. And then I swapped him to a winger, and he started adding goals to that.
And he's just deadly all around.
Yeah, even this season, in 5 appearances in the league, he's got 5 goals, 6 assists. So he's contributed 11 goals in 5 games.
Imagine if he kept on pace for that 9.22 rating over the course of a whole season.
The way this season has been going, if I played my starters, look, after 10 games, I'm at plus 57 goal differential. I was at 50 after 8 games, though, so I slowed down a little. But that's because I had to play backups because of the Champions League. But yeah, if I played my starting 11 through the entire season, he could realistically hit that. That's my backup 11. That's my starting 11. Oh, it's even better than I thought. But I was right. I said O'Connell will be replaced by Ruiz. Look at how close they actually are. Ruiz is only 4 points behind him in current ability, but he's got way higher potential ability. And O'Connell's 25, so he's done. And Ruiz is only 22. If I'd starting him, I would have had another 170 plus player in my starting 11.
Within no doubt about it.
Within a couple of, probably by the end of the year, he would have cracked 160. Damn, shouldn't have doubted myself. But I kept saying no because O'Connell's on the national team, and I don't want to not play one of our national team players.
Oh, show him the World Cup run that you did to win the World Cup.
Oh, that's ridiculous. What year was that? Here it is.
One more. Yeah.
See it? We beat France. We beat Spain. We beat the Ukraine. Austria. And our group was not too bad. It's Senegal, Ecuador, Ghana. Oh, wait, not Ghana. Senegal, Ecuador. That was it.
Just, okay. Yep.
Yeah. Then I had to go through these teams. Spain and France. Wow, France is actually not that great compared to what they would be in the modern time.
In real life?
Yeah. Like, if you were to load this up with the current database, most of their players are over 180. So they've actually... Wow. Duterte is one of their best players, surprisingly enough, at 174. Oh, look, Cabetio. 165. Mm-hmm. If I could have kept him. That's what I kept saying. Here's Tchouameni. Remember when I bought him for a large sum of money? He's at 32 now. He's gone down to 149, but he was around 164 at his peak. But I had to sell him because he was aging. I remember paying $36 million, which was almost every dime of the money that I made when I made that first Champions League run. I spent it on him.
It was worth it, though.
Yeah, because he helped me get to the final. But yeah, we got all that money, and I was like, let's do it. And I was surprised he was willing to come to my team, but that's what, you jump on it. But here's Spain. Spain is, that's a sick, scary team. Well, they're good. They're real good. Their worst player is 150 for perspective.
Which is a Premier League player.
A Premier League star player.
A star player, sorry.
Yeah, would be a starter on most Premier League teams. 150, like I got to go to here. Andrew Moran is only 151, but I knew that he wasn't the best. That's why he lost the starting place, but he's still great for the national team. Well, somehow I took this group, which is mostly new gens and mostly playing for our teams, and won the World Cup. Like, even remember when I said, I can't believe it? Do you see now why I couldn't believe it?
Oh, absolutely.
I didn't think it was going to be a thing.
You have no right winning the World Cup with this team. Which is
not really, nope.
Just unbelievable.
And then Sweden in the final.
Let's take a look. We did look at them.
And we looked at Sweden. But yeah, here's Sweden. This is the team I played in the final. They had no business being in the final. They have one player over 150, and he plays for me. It's Max Renstrom. Muller did play
Nikolai
for me.
Mueller.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
played for me briefly. He's not bad. I mean, it's not that they're bad. They're just it's
not good. Not
international results are a really funny thing on this game.
only they learned how to improve it.
Well, how would you improve it? Do you want the favorites always winning? It's kind of good that they don't.
No, I want to be able to train my players to have some dynamics in the team, to rest my players inside in between matches.
Fair enough. Senegal's not terrible. They were better at the start, though. Yeah, a lot of these guys are older and have their abilities have dropped. But these guys all used to look more like this. Lots and lots and lots of 150s. That's why I said Senegal's actually a scary, underrated team.
We'll see how they do in the World Cup in real life this year. So
I think they're a dark horse. They're really good.
okay,
They have some
I'll keep a
solid
mental
players.
note of that.
They have some solid players. I wouldn't be surprised to see them go far. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, this is my team. Runstrom recently took over the starting midfield role about a season and a half ago from Andrew Moran, and we see why now. He's really gotten a lot better than him. I guess Pasevsky was there, but then I trained him to become a winger.
Okay.
And this is where Rooney left right wing, and I put Pasevsky there. So we're all good choices according to these numbers. But yeah, I was thinking Casareko was going to have to come out so I could start playing Guthrie. Because look at that.
Wow.
Guthrie was going to turn into a world beater. Like he was going to be. Damn, I know. Oh well, we'll never know now. We'll never find out how it's actually going to go down.
Well, it was a lot of fun though this year, and I'm looking forward to doing it again in Denmark.
Oh, here's what I can do. Oh, I don't get to see every player in the world, hey? Oh, wait, do I have a...
If you create...
Sorry,
if you create...
I can't. I had... There we go. All right, there's all the top-rated players in the whole wide world.
Okay.
Liverpool, City, Bayern, Paris, United, Juventus, City, Paris, Liverpool, Paris, Bayern, Liverpool, Barcelona. Liverpool had the most top players. City's close.
Nothing that surprises me.
No, there's some really high-rated players on here. What surprises me is that Liverpool sold Harvey Elliott. All right, let's go down to here.
Alphonso Davies.
Wow, Curtis Jones got good. See, world class. These are elite and world class players in here. Yeah, Alphonso Davies got up to 178, but he wasn't on the Canadian team when we looked just a minute ago. Not sure why. Yeah. He didn't switch allegiances as far as we know, but he's not on the Canadian national team.
Did he retire?
It's possible. He's only 31, but I mean, if I was him, I'd retire from that team.
Of course he would.
They're shit. I know they're doing, they made the World Cup, and I'm happy for them. I am. So let's see how far we got to go before we find one of our players. It's going to be
Jorgen Brouwer. Oh, he's not my player.
Oh, wait,
anymore.
It doesn't show my players. I need to be able to include my own players. There's a way to do that, though, isn't there?
No, your players would be in there.
No, they wouldn't.
No?
There we go.
Load it.
I did it.
Oh.
Now they'll be included. Okay. Oh, so here we go. Zhukov's here. He's right there. So he's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. So he's, in terms of ratings, he's like 8.
And look at that value. He's the eighth best player in the world, less than $10 million in value.
Yeah, and all these other players like 129 on 178, 185, 279.
You should screenshot that and send that to Miles and say this does not make sense.
I have. I've already talked to the devs about it when we were doing our testing and everything. I told you, and their answer was, well, St. Pat's would never have a player like that, or St. Pat's would never actually win that much. So it doesn't matter.
That's a disgusting
It's a terrible excuse for not
reply.
actually improving those things. Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, okay. Then we can go down here. Oh, here's my next one. Ryan Moran. Again, look, 5.6 million is his value. He's next to a player worth 113 million and a player worth 84 million, and even a little bit lower. There's 124. Warren Barry's 196 million. But Ryan Moran's 5.6. Don't you know? Like he should be probably one of these 200 million type players anyway. That's putting it into perspective from what we had to deal with. Here's Duterte, 5.6 million, is next to a player on PSG worth 196, and a player on Bayern worth 150, but he's 5.6. Here's Jurgen Bauer. He's up to 105 million in value. They paid you 50 something.
Yeah.
He hasn't even hit his potential, which is 180. Could you imagine if this guy's? He would be better than Duterte. He's as good as Duterte now in terms of current ability. I don't know about attributes, but God, you had a world-class striker on your hands.
Yep.
I'm so sad you lost him.
I think I remember when we got him, I think he limited the release clause.
Yeah.
To 100 million or something like that.
Yeah. But then your freaking board sold him.
Mm-hmm.
Leicester should never win the Prim, but they did it 5,001. It's true. You're new here, so I should give you some context. I've been a researcher tester on this game for 17 years. So when I'm talking about a lot of these things that happen and talking to devs and whatnot, that's something we do. But I don't want to get too much into it. You can watch our old VODs if you really want. They're really long. But I don't have a very positive opinion on Miles specifically, or the practices of how they do not actually improve this game anymore. And I'm sure it's stuff you've heard, but I'm a hipster because I've been bitching about it longest. Not actually, but you know what I mean. There hasn't been a lot of meaningful changes in FM for a while. I still love it. We still play it because there isn't an alternative. But yeah, it's disappointing at certain points. But yeah, look at all these players. I can go all the way down here. They're still with 127, 133. This guy, 268 million, and he's rated well below my top players. And my guys are worth 5.6, 6.5 because of the division. Oh, here we go. Pisano, 9 million, sitting beside a player with 115, another player with 161, but he's worth 9. Stands to reason, right?
Yeah.
And it's all because of our division.
You could argue that that's a
Huge
thing
flaw.
that is a little broken in Build the Nation saves, that the reputation doesn't go up quick enough to adjust for.
And we're not the first to encounter this.
That you have.
Here's the next best players. I mean, they're surrounded by not-for-sale players, but here's Rundstrom at 3.8, Larkin at 1.4. Most teams didn't even offer me $1 million to try to buy him. And is he the top-rated goalkeeper in the world? No, here's one here, so he's second.
Quick search goalkeepers.
I could just scroll up. Third. No, he's third. He's the third highest rated goalkeeper in this game. And most people would even pay me $1 million to buy him.
Now you know why you had 45 clubs trying to buy your players every
I was never surprised. I was never terribly surprised by that. I mean, I knew they were good. I knew that they compared to other teams' best players once they were developed fully. But Larkin was a surprise because it's where I got him from. Do you remember, Jacob?
Larkin, he wasn't United, was he? Or Chelsea? Larkin, hold on. No.
I put it on the screen. Look at whose academy. I know I loaned him there, but look whose academy I poached him from.
Shamrock.
He came from Shamrock Rovers Academy. He was another one of the guys I poached because I was like, that guy looks amazing. And then Bray Wanderers bought him from Shamrock for free because they let his contract run out. Bray let his contract run out, so I grabbed him for
And
free,
loan them back.
loaned him back to Bray, where he played a whole bunch. And then he came to me and became my starter. And he's the third
Um,
best goalkeeper in the world. And he came through the Irish system. From that was a product of us getting our youth rating up. Even if it wasn't an Irish
wait,
player, he came from our league. So
when did he declare for Ireland?
what?
Not for Ireland, for Russia.
I don't know. Good question. Because yeah, he's played there. He's got 13 caps. He only has. Oh, he's got Irish nationality now. Ooh. Why haven't I tried to convince him to switch allegiances?
Can you try now? Would it let you?
Uh,
It probably wouldn't.
yes. I could try. I mean, we're rated way higher than Russia. Why wouldn't he? Or can we? No, it doesn't look like we even can.
Maybe he's appeared in a competitive fixture, like a qualifier or something.
That shouldn't matter. I've managed to get guys. Oh, do they actually get cemented into their team if they do that? Because players have been switching
Yeah,
countries even when they do play in competitive fixtures.
they'll do that in real life. You won't be able to do that in FM. Once they play in a competitive fixture, then they're locked in.
Well, he's a
You
new
can't.
gen. He's a new gen. He didn't play any games in real life. But it doesn't look like I can even remotely ask him.
Wait, go back to his profile one more time.
Declared for Russia.
No, his
Nations
his main
eligible for
profile
Russia.
screen.
Yeah, it says nations eligible
Yeah,
for Russia. That's it. That's all. He's other
and he declared.
nationality is Irish.
Hmm.
So the only way I could have convinced him is if he was ever on the fence, but no, he's Russia's starting goalkeeper. I know that. I've already seen that. I don't think they even have many real players. Oh, they do. Okay, so actually they got a good team. Not bad. Yeah. X amount of senior apps they can't switch. I know it's changed over the years, so I don't remember where it landed, but yeah, that seems right. So you go through all these players. Pisevsky, right here, 5.2 million. Next to this guy who's 114 million.
Disgusting.
So
It's frustrating.
that is the gulf in difference that this game made us put up with. Every transfer window was us just sitting there rejecting. And it came to the point where I had to sign my players to higher wages, which wasn't that bad because the players who were willing to play in our division were willing to take lower wages. So if I offered them higher wages, they're willing to take giant minimum fee release clauses and lots of optional extension years. So I did take advantage of that, but that's the only way we could hang on to them.
I mean, I tried doing the same thing, but my board was like, "No, screw you,
Your
Jake."
board screwed you hard, man. Seriously, right before the freaking Champions League knockout rounds, they sell two of his best player and his fourth best player. They're just like, yeah, no, we're accepting bids for them right before the Champions League knockout runs because our season runs not adjacent.
February,
Yeah, February to November.
like, yeah, something like that.
So yeah, mid-season for us is off-season for them. So they're buying our players just before we're in Champions League knockout rounds, and it's just bad, really bad, right? And then of course you couldn't even like buy a couple of new players and register them on time because you could only make a couple of changes. And yeah, you got hosed really hard that one. And they took Alexandro from you right before the knockouts because that guy could have made a big difference in how you did. So there's your starting 11. Right now, I guess it's not your starting 11. It's
No, it's not.
no, it's
Because I rotated my players the last game.
Oh yeah, you put this guy in. Decent prospect, eh? 18 years old, 118, 154 potential. Would have loved to have seen more determination on him, but yeah, he'd be good. O'Brien. So O'Brien, I thought O'Brien had a higher potential than that. Still though, he's coming along. He's looking good. He would have made the national
Yeah,
team.
me too.
If he hit his prime, he would have made the national team. Garay. Oh, look at how solid this guy is.
Yeah, he became really solid when I had a center midfielder in on loan too. I think. Yeah, it was him and Giampaolo who were my two center midfielders.
Okay, so here's Jeftich, 158. He's only going to go up a couple of more points, sadly, at 21. But that's still a really good striker. Like, that guy will score a lot of goals. And who is your other striker? Oh, DeGrazia, 157. He's as good as he's going to get at 22, but that's still very, very good.
Well, I didn't realize Volpini was a 172.
Potential, yeah. Look at that potential. Even at 139, he's only 20 years old. Yeah, he's going to make that. Even with an 11 determination, he's going to make that if you play him enough. Jesse Roger, look at how solid he got. That's a good left back at 22. It's a shame he's as good as he's getting, but that's a good left back.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to buy him off of you at one point. Stanisiewski. Okay, here's another one. He was one of the top-rated Wonder Kids. Remember? 19 years old, 128 current ability, 164 potential ability. Oh, I wonder if we can see that Wonder Kids list. Probably too far back now, right?
Just type Wonder Kid in.
No, it's too far back.
Hey.
That's too bad. Because I don't remember who was rated what, but...
Like, let's see if I can. Hold on a second.
Because, yeah, I got robbed.
It was over a month ago.
We are not starting in the lowest league of Norway. Much like this, we didn't take a Division 2 team. We took... this one, we took mid-table Division Premier League teams. We don't want to do semi-professional. We want to at least start with professional clubs. In Norway, Jacob's taking a bottom mid-table team. In Denmark, he's taking a bottom mid-table team, and I'm taking the newest promoted team. The team that just came up, that are favorites to go back down. That's who I'm taking. Can't remember their names.
Lyngby.
Well, thank you. You got a good memory. So I'll be playing them next week. That'll be a lot of fun, though.
And my team is AGF.
Right.
So it'll be a lot of fun.
We don't want to play as the already established teams because we want them to stay established so that when we catch up to them, we'll have other teams to help us make the league rise. Something we didn't get the luxury of having in this save. Other teams started improving, but not at a fast enough pace. Okay, so your top prospects.
Wait. One more thing. Mm-hmm. Since he's not going to see any games, just go into a replay of a game away to Galway, just so he can see it.
Okay, that's true. I got to show you something really funny. So people ask, why aren't we playing FM23 yet? And it's because last year I set this game up before the full release. I even actually set this game up when it was not even in public beta yet. It was in private beta still. And I set this game up. And some things get missed by researchers. And it makes it really, really funny. And this got fixed before the full release of the game. But Galway United is a team that we always hope will stay in our division because they play in a stadium that had a bit of a issue. So how do I just play the thing?
Just hit watch goals and then we can get out of it.
Okay, watch goals. So this is Daffy, just so you know. It's completely illegal. But yeah, the researcher for that team accidentally put the same width as length. So they play on this gigantic square stadium. So I always look forward to playing Galway away.
It was like...
Now, to his credit, this got fixed before the full release, but of course, we'd already started the save, so it's not going to get fixed for us. So we've
learned our lesson.
Oh, it's great because you watch them up at the top and they cross the ball, and for them it's a normal cross because the game doesn't actually take the distance into account. But these balls just traveling so far. And you're like, this is our two teams playing wide. Look how much space there is still. And sometimes you do see them dribble all the way up there, and it's hilarious. You know what's funny is you've told me to put it on goals, and this match I won 19-1. So there's 20 goals in the replays.
You don't have to watch them all. You
No,
can get out, but I mean, yeah, it just goes to show how wide
but I
the
can't.
pitch is.
It's like a train wreck. I can't look away. I just love playing in this stadium now because of this error. This has been the most fun. But that's the
Mm,
reason that I didn't. We haven't started 23 yet this year because we don't want things like that.
yeah,
Uh,
because I think we'd be get get more annoyed with the bugs that are in FM23 right now.
oh, there's some bad bugs in FM23 right now. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad we didn't start our save already because of the scouting at the very beginning with young players' mental attributes weren't even going up. They fixed that, and that's save game compatible. But we would have gone through, at least a few months where
Hell,
our mental attributes and our young players weren't even moving. That would have sucked. So, I'm glad we didn't start right away. The scouting on FM? Oh, you don't know. Okay, so one of the new features is the scouting play. Every new feature in this game is just stuff that already existed smashed onto one screen. You're all aware of that, probably. Um, so the biggest main bugs in FM23 is scouting. When you try to assign scouts to specific areas and you put them on to be there all the time, like they're supposed to scout that area all the time, it ends.
ongoing.
Yeah, ongoing. If you put it on ongoing, it ends after a short amount of time and they don't stay scouting there. That's one bug. Another one is it'll keep showing up multiple times on your current assignments while they're doing it. So you've noticed, okay? So it'll keep showing up on their current assignments like 12, 15 times for one scouting an area. So he's just constantly restarting his scouting and never actually finding players. And that's another one of the bugs is I've put like I'm second season with my Liverpool save, and I've got like 20 scouts scouting areas, and after 2 seasons, have found zero players, even with parameters that are very realistic. Like I sent one scout to Brazil, and I told him to find me players that had 3 silver stars current ability, so very low, and I wanted them to find potential abilities of 3 gold stars, and ages between 16 and 19. Now in Brazil, that should be really easy to find. They found no one, zero players. That's another one of the bugs. Uh, yeah, definitely wait before you dive right into. I'm still playing. I still started my journeyman save on it, and I'll be fine because most of this stuff, once it's fixed, will be save game compatible. And I'm playing the Welsh second division, so scouting doesn't matter to me anyway.
Ads.
Oh, ads. Sorry, man. I can't do much about them. Oh yeah, ad in progress.
Yeah, little Jeopardy song. But yeah, it's just frustrating that like those somehow get overlooked. And
I'm waiting for the ad to be
but
done. It says it's in progress.
I
I
know
don't
I'm
know.
just talking to you though.
Oh yeah, yeah. You needing to start a
Does it tell
journeyman?
you when it's almost done?
Yeah, it tells me right now it's done now.
Eh,
It says the ad's over now. So yeah, Drop Bear, we'll have a
wonderful.
good one once we start playing. You and I'll have a fun game. We'll figure something out. I think we decided we're going to do League Two England like you and I did, Jacob, and just race to the
Oh,
top.
okay.
Yeah, I always enjoy
Okay.
that. I always enjoy that. It's very simple.
And you got to the top and back to back to back promotions.
Yeah, yeah, I love doing that. It's one of my favorite things. Start at the bottom and get to the top without ever, yeah, staying in one division. It's really hard to do. Really, 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 really hard. But I always count on myself to be able to do it. Anyway, that's the first time we've ever looked under the hood of a game. It feels a little weird, but like we wanted to see, comparatively how we had done from start to finish and what our teams look like now, and you know, and noticing really how badly skewed those player values are.
And Miles ain't gonna do shit.
No, and I've reported it, and I've told them because I said, look, guys, if you play far enough into the future and you build the nation up, the league's reputation isn't climbing, with the success they're having. And their answer is, well, St. Pat's would never win the Champions League. Like, oh, that's not the
Well,
point. It's
Forest won
really,
the Champions League.
it's not the point. Well, Forest was a good team at the time that they did it. Forest was one of the top teams in English football
I
at the time
know.
that they won it. That's a little different.
I know.
It's effort. Yeah, well, it's not just effort. And I've said it before, and it's something that most people don't know, and I can tell you, is that the game has a game engine, not the match engine, but the game engine, and it is as full as it's going to get. In order to put in new features, they have to take something out. And that's why every new feature lately is just stuff that already exists pushed together on one screen. That's all it's been lately. Like, what have we gotten? Squad Dynamics. This was all stuff you could see before they put it on one screen. We got a medical center. This was all stuff you could see before, and these are the major new features, right? And the new one now is the scouting thing, which has a bunch of bugs, but it's stuff you could already do, but it's all on one screen. It's presented
Does
differently and it's nicer. I
go to
do
your
like it. It's not a complaint. It just shouldn't be the biggest selling feature.
go to your depth chart. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean,
One of the new ones is the depth chart. Exactly. It's like, look, I have that right here. Now, granted, the new one has a nicer presentation, but even on this one, I can add and remove players. Like they haven't added anything new or dynamic here. I already have that exact
and
thing here.
on the top left of
Yeah.
your screen, you can also sort it by current ability or potential ability.
Yeah. So
Um,
really, so the new features are just that. But the reason is that the game's engine is as big as it's going to get. And one of a couple of things needs to happen. And I'm only a tester and a researcher, so I don't know what they're doing. For all I know, there's a team of people at SI Games right now making a new game engine that's going to come out in a few years. I hope that's the case. I have seen nothing that indicates that's happening, so I'm not holding out a lot of hope. But if it happens, great. We will all rejoice and celebrate. But they need to either delay the game, and a lot of people have suggested this, just put out roster updates for a couple of seasons. Most fans will understand. They will. If the promise is that in a couple of years they're going to have a game that has the capability of adding a lot more major new features, honestly, I will pay a slightly less amount. I'm not going to pay the same price, obviously, but I'd pay a slightly smaller amount just for roster updates, so that they can take the time to make a whole new game engine. Or alternately, they could do, as I said before, have a side team making a new game engine the whole time while they're still also doing this game. Why not do that? That one seems like a good, that way they don't have to cut into their sales. Seems like a good solution, right? But what's likely going to happen is nothing. They're just going to stick with the status quo because there's no reason for them to change it.
they turned into EA.
Yeah, they've turned into EA. We keep buying the game. I mean, I don't. I get it for free. First, until they fire me because I go on a stream and complain about them all the time. So far, so good. It hasn't happened. Been doing this almost 2 years. But yeah, so I mean, it's crazy because they have the ability to do more with it. They have the money to do more. There's no question. Looking at how many people play the game, how many sales they have. Their sales are actually reported. You can find out how many copies of FM are selling, and it's more than ever in history. Every year they keep breaking their own record profits, but they don't have any incentive to change the game because of that. Yeah, why
Now,
spend more money?
if they weren't getting the profits that they have, it was a lot less, then there would be incentive to change it in hopes that future games would become better.
Is it though? Or will they do what EA does? When EA's profits go down on a game, they stop making the game.
What other games do they have? They have Eastside Hockey Manager, which they haven't touched in what 4 years.
No, well, that's it. They don't have any other games to rely on. However, who knows? They could just pull the plug and be like, "Hey, yeah, we're done with this. The money's dried up, so we're done." Companies do that. Why not?
Jeez, that would cause a big ruckus.
It would, but like even The Sims 4. I'm going to use that as an example. Sorry, I'm not trying to compare The Sims 4 to Football Manager. That's just blasphemy. I know. But when The Sims 4 first came out, it was shit. It was so much shit. It was a really, really bad game, and and people just refused to buy it. And so EA literally put out a statement that you could, still read to this day on Twitter about how if their sales numbers didn't improve, that they were just going to scrap the Sims franchise. But people were bitching. They're like, "You've put out a really bad game here. Could you please patch this? Could you please fix this?" Now, I'm going to make the most devastating comparison to Football Manager. Okay. The best football simulation game that ever existed alongside this was FIFA Manager. Now, I'm going to tell you, you can still play FIFA Manager. You can download FIFA Manager 13. I don't care where you download it from. I'm not going to tell you to download it illegally, but that's an option. And there's a fan made patch to play the current season. You can play FIFA Manager still. Anyway, if you did, it would change a lot of what you think about this game because it has features that would blow your mind. You can set up youth academies all over the world. Like I can pick a city in France as Liverpool and start a youth academy there. And I can decide how much money to invest in it and how much education the players get and what positions I want developing. And I can start seeing my players from 12 years old and developing them all the way up to my senior team. My God, would that be amazing in Football Manager or what? That's in FIFA Manager.
Yeah.
So, anyways, FIFA
How long
Manager
does
had
it?
some amazing stuff. Sorry, go ahead.
How long does it take for you to complete a season in FIFA Manager?
It's a little
Give or
longer than
take.
FM. It's a little bit longer than FM, but not by a lot.
Okay.
It had things like the number one requested thing in Football Manager. You know, like the top 10 things are all things that Miles said will never happen because he's just like that. I don't necessarily agree with it, but the top most requested thing in Football Manager is the ability to do something with your manager's money. I don't care about that myself, but a lot of people do. FIFA Manager has that. You can buy your team that you are managing. You can become the owner. It's great. You can invest your money in your team if you want. You can also, and it's got some Sims crap in it, which is where the correlation and the full circle of my analogy comes in. That you can take your wife on dates, you can get married, have kids. Your kids can eventually develop and become members of your football club. It's great that way. You can buy houses, you can buy cars. It's nuts. That stuff I didn't care about. That was fluff to me, but it's in the game. And the game was buggy. That's another one of the things. Like if you download FIFA Manager 13, get the fan patch because it fixes it. It makes it stable and playable.
Oh wow.
But EA had this broken, buggy game, and people complained. They said, "Look, we just need you to fix this. Could you just fix the game so that that because a lot of people enjoyed it. It had a cult following. It was getting as big as FM, well, Championship Manager at the time. When it started, it was Championship Manager. By the time it ended, it was FM and FIFA Manager. But they refused to fix it. And after FIFA Manager 13 or 14, I don't remember which one it is. Whichever the last one is, that's what you get the fan patch for. EA said, no, we're just folding it because you guys aren't buying it. It's like, we're not buying it because it's not fixed. Well, if you're not buying it, we're not fixing it. And that became the catch-22. If you're not buying it, we're not fixing it. Well, we're not buying it because you're not fixing it. Well, we're not fixing it because you're not buying it. It's just back and forth. So they just folded the franchise.
And they had the abilities to do so because they had other successful games.
Right.
EA.
True. And I mean,
Whereas
and SSI doesn't. I get that. I know, but
yeah.
But you know who overall, the biggest influencers on that is Sega, and they have other things. They have other investments. Although I don't think they're going to let go of Football Manager. It is huge. It is one of the top-selling PC games on the planet at this point, and that's saying something considering the types of games it's up against. Like Call of Duty and shit like that. I'm not saying it outsells Call of Duty, but it's right up there. Fortnite is free, isn't it? I didn't think that was a game that sold. I don't know. I've never played it either, honestly. So yeah, that's kind of where a lot of that lands. It's in the square category of what the fuck, guys. Fix the game, make it better, just make some meaningful improvements, and it's unlikely. But we're still going to play it for thousands of hours because it's still a great game. I'm not saying Football Manager is a bad game. It's not. It's a good game. Sometimes it has bugs. Sometimes they fix them. There's still bugs in this that we've had since FM 10. Honestly, there's bugs in it that have been around that long that they're just like, yeah, just ignore it. It's not game breaking. But yeah, so there, you've learned a whole bunch of new things. Tricker, aren't you glad you came and joined us here?
Yeah, I am. You got another new follower.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm
Getting close to that 300 goal. Wait, is that what you have up? 300?
Oh yeah, 265. I'm almost at 300. That's amazing. It'd be cool to get there. Right, so I'm going to save it here.
Yep.
And that game I will send to you because you said you wanted the game file so you could sim it into the future. I might do something similar and we can talk about it when we start our next save. It's like, haha, this happened.
Absolutely. Are you gonna? I assume it'll just be through Discord then.
Yeah, I'll see if it will. I don't know how large it is. I need to get rid of all of this though because I don't want to see any of that shit.
I don't think it'll send through Facebook. If you need my email address, just let me know.
Yeah, I will work it out so that you got the save, so that you can go ahead and plug away at it in whatever fashion you desire. I mean, I know that all of our players are going to get sold off, and they're going to smash our teams apart because the AI won't be able to resist taking the money, or they won't have the ability to learn how to keep their players, which they don't. So
Oh.
I'm so saddened by that.
Maybe I'll keep two separate files. One that just to simulate
Hmm.
through the future,
Hmm.
see how it goes,
Yeah.
and then the other one I'll actually like play with me or play with both teams. Who
Uh,
knows?
I mean, how much? Yeah, well, if FM23 goes full release and has got most of their bugs fixed, I don't see us playing a lot of FM22 anymore.
No,
Yeah,
offline. I mean offline.
absolutely. No, I mean, but even offline, I don't know if I'd have a lot of interest in it. But I'm going to close this for the final time, and it will be the last stream of FM22 for this year. Gasp! I know. So on Monday, I guess we'll come back and just talk about and set things up. Uh,
Yeah, I
Cool.
think. Well, I think we should write down by
Mhm.
setting it up, like not just like don't actually set the entire game up because there still could be bugs unless the game comes out on Monday. I don't think it will.
I'd like to tell you that full release is coming sooner. Uh,
Oh, really?
I'd like to say that because they did close the data for researchers, but that doesn't mean it's going to come out earlier. That just might mean that they want to stop having new research coming in so that they can focus on the bugs and not just the database. But I don't know. And even if I did know, I'm not sure I'm allowed to say anything. I did. Uh,
I don't think so.
I did say that the public beta was going to be early. Whoops. uh, but
Only a day.
I
It
still
was only a day.
I still let it slip, didn't I? So
Oh well.
anyway, hopefully,
Maybe that's why we got it a day early.
hopefully, yeah, maybe they'll be like, well, we can't have one of our people saying that and then just not do it. Anyway, thanks for hanging out, guys. We'll see you again soon. I'll be back tomorrow streaming something. Oh yeah, 7 days to die tomorrow. I don't only play Football Manager. So until then,